Where is that city? Xianxia asked. Outside the 3,000 provinces, within the endless forbidden area. One of the middle-aged men spoke, his body seated on the cliff, gray Dao robe like steel, not moving with the wind. Even though he had long known about this. Right now, Xianxia still couldn't help but release a light sigh. Desolate border, archaic contract of alliance. All of the creatures of the last great era were defeated and destroyed. Celestial clan's old master heading for the battlefield. When this series of events were strung up together, it made one feel especially serious. These places, these people and events, some of them were closely linked. Is this a path that must be taken? Ning Chuan spoke, his snow clothes perfect, silver like snow, face pretty to the extreme, making even women jealous. In reality, the blue-eyed woman and even the ice-cold woman couldn't help but give him a few looks along the way. For a man to have this type of appearance really was rare. Together with his exceptional aptitude, cultivation unordinary, it was difficult to avoid attention even if he wanted to. Even in the immortal Dao descendant families, not many young men with this type of temperament could be found. This path is essential, a type of trial, and even more so a type of experience, allowing you all to develop an initial understanding of what you will face, how cruel it will be. On the cliff, chaotic mists swept about. That voice was cold and emotionless. Ning Chuan didn't immediately speak, instead thinking to himself. The forbidden region was too vast, without limit, no end to be found. The 3,000 provinces were already large enough, but even the most optimistic estimation suggested that it wasn't even a tenth of the boundless forbidden region. It could be said that that place was deep and immeasurable. In reality, the terror of that place was something everyone knew well since the past. From past to present, experts walked inside one after another, but in the end, most of them did not return. Many old sect masters included among them, all of them individuals with great cultivations and achievements. Senior, isn't this a bit forceful? It is so dangerous there, we aren't even in the heavenly deity realm yet. If we continue like this, isn't it just sending ourselves to death? Ning Chuan said. Even though quite a few experts died, there were a few who came out alive. You all should know this, a middle-aged individual on the cliff said. In that forbidden region, it wasn't living creatures that were the most terrifying, but rather the mysterious substances. For example, the pool of yellow mud that could instantly melt a sect master, a drop of bright and multicolored strange dewdrop ending the life of an extremely powerful expert, an ordinary piece of dried grass releasing exceptional sword energy, cutting down the stars. 90% of the sect masters who entered died under these types of matter, and not in the hands of living creatures. Whether oneself is powerful enough or not is not the deciding factor of whether one lives or not. This is because there are some things which, even for sect masters, caused accidents powerless to face. His intention was clear. The level of one's cultivation didn't display conclusive effects, because there were too many dangerous elements. They couldn't be stopped even with the cultivation of sect masters. That was why, from a certain standpoint, this generation's young supreme beings and older generation sect masters were setting out from the same starting line. Meanwhile, the more one learned about the situation, the more fear one felt. One could see just how dangerous that place was. There were layers upon layers of danger, seizing the lives of heroes at every turn. Senior, isn't this going just a bit too far? We are clearly being sent to our deaths. I know this heaven and earth will perhaps be engulfed in the flames of war, be thrown into chaos. But doing things like this isn't nurturing experts, but instead wasting and exhausting heroic talents. Xianxia said. On the cliff, inside the primal chaos, that third person laughed, a bit cold and bleak. His rigid face displayed a rare bit of emotion. You seem to know quite a bit. Indeed, flames of war will cover the world, everything entering chaos. That will be an unimaginable great calamity. Then he released a light sigh, the cliff becoming more and more indistinct. The three of them seemed to be immersed in a downcast mood. You all don't understand how miserable it truly will be when the battle breaks out. Even such a powerful group of creatures from the last great era were wiped out, let alone this world. They didn't hide anything, directly speaking about all types of miserable and hope-lacking reality. In our eyes, instead of fostering 10,000 bugs, it is better to create a dragon. This type of speech was straight to the point, carrying bloodiness, clearly telling the two that what they wanted were unmatched experts, that they wouldn't create a group of so-called geniuses in a routine manner. Entering the heavenly deity institution will inevitably be a bloody process. Anything could happen. They needed matchless figures who could turn the battle situation around with a single fight, not raising them through normal means. It was because even those from the last great era had been defeated, with several dozen immortals killed, leaving everyone in despair. Normal, powerful geniuses couldn't resist the enemy at all. Only the new, something that shocks past and present, the most powerful individual could fight there. Sure, Hao and Ning Chuan both weren't ordinary, not needing them to speak in detail to understand a lot. This world didn't lack geniuses. What the heavenly deity institution needed were unpredictable variables, supreme beings that couldn't be assessed through normal means. To face the future like this, just how pessimistic was the situation? Is this the case for those chosen in other ancient lands as well? Ning Chuan asked. His birth was unordinary, he wouldn't randomly throw himself into danger. As long as he grew up normally, he could overlook everything below the sky. The 9 heavens 10 earths, the selections of heroes throughout these ancient lands are all extremely strict, to the extent where there are some places where it is even more cruel. The individual on the cliff gave this answer. This was implying that when dealing with the 3,000 Dao provinces, they were already loosening the standard a bit. After all, this place has traces of battle, the sealed ancient path most abnormal, which is why it greatly affected the circumstances for fostering talents, causing the heroes here to be fewer. As such, the standard has been loosened appropriately. Another added, I still feel as if something isn't quite right. Making a trip through the uninhabited region, what one will have to rely on isn't strength but luck. If a few geniuses died tragically because of it, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Ning Chuan said. If they truly ended up running into that mud of inevitable death, then he really didn't wish to go inside. We won't force you two to send yourselves to death either. There is a path that is extremely ancient and bleak, leading to a city inside the forbidden region's depths. This road comparatively calmer. You two can borrow that path to head there. One individual on the cliff said. Why must we use this path as the test? Ning Chuan asked a step further. To allow you two to understand what kind of terror and dangers you will face in the future. The things in the forbidden region will reappear when the world is covered in flames. A middle-aged man on the cliff revealed. What? These words left Ning Chuan and Shihao shaken, feeling extremely shocked. All right, whether you are willing to take that path or not, that is for you two to decide yourselves. These 9 heavens 10 earths truly don't lack geniuses. There are quite a few young supreme beings who have successfully passed the trial. All right, I'll give this so-called forbidden region a look, see what it has inside. Shihao nodded. He was going to make a trip inside. It was because he had many questions inside, for example, regarding Willow Deity, Desolate Border, the Archaic Contract of Alliance, and others. They were all things he had to search for the answer himself. He had asked those 3 before as well, but he was only met with silence, telling him to search for it himself. What kind of education can be obtained by entering the Heavenly Deity Institution? Ning Chuan asked. All types of ancient texts, supreme being precious techniques, even the letters of long-life individuals. There are even immortal caves to use for seclusion, as well as cultivation methods that don't belong to this great era. There might even be descendants of true immortals to exchange pointers with. He spoke about so many benefits in one go, every one of them enough to make one moved, all of them exceptional natural luck. Not far out, the blue-pupiled woman's exceptional appearance revealed a smile, winking at Shihao and saying, There are true fairies, you know? You can catch them to warm the bed. Shihao was extremely embarrassed, and then Hualinger pinched him again. Let me give you a word of advice. If you don't wish to be beaten until you have to run while covering your head, then you should understand propriety after entering the Heavenly Deity Institution. That ice-cold woman spoke. She had icy skin and jade bones, her style unmatched. Shihao looked over and said, How about we exchange pointers for a bit? See if I can capture you two to make the bed and pour water. On the cliff, the three middle-aged men didn't move, extremely still. On the purple-golden warship, the three young men revealed strange looks. As for the two women, they both looked towards Hao, their expressions completely different. The blue-pupiled woman laughed, as if autumn winds blew past tender willow leaves, while the woman with the ice-cold temperament was like a plum flower in the middle of winter, chilly energy spreading over as she looked at Hao, simply about to freeze him over. You two can go make your preparations, a middle-aged man on the steep cliff said. We'll send you two back. On the purple-golden warship, the 5 young men and women separated into 2 groups. The 3 males sent off Ningchuan, while the 2 females saw Hao off. It was clear that they knew Six Crown King and Huang had grudges, not wishing for them to engage in conflict now, with the 2 sides unable to coexist. After heading on their way, the blue-pupiled woman and ice-cold fairy both looked at Hao as they rode on a silver warship. Why is it you two that are seeing me off? Could it be that you two really are going to exchange pointers with me? Let's get this straight. There's no need to lose on purpose if you really wish to pour tea and warm the bed by my side, because there's no hope of you two winning at all, Hao said. He already saw that these 2 women wished to take action along the way, which was why his mouth was especially lowly. Do you think you are all that because you cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy? Before immortal methods, everything can be destroyed. The cold young lady whose beauty could topple countries said. Truly an immortal's descendant? A true fairy? Hao looked at her, and then revealed a look of joy, saying, I haven't captured this type of fatty yet. Thanks a bunch for satisfying my dreams. That young lady's beautiful eyebrows stood vertically. Immortal Tao aura fully displayed. White mists pervading the air, becoming more and more cold, as if the lunar goddess descended. That blue-pupiled woman was laughing until she was swaying to and fro, completely disregarding her appearance. You have no shame in even calling this type of graceful and refined fairy a fatty? You all are not permitted to take action. In the distance, the 3 great supreme beings' voices sounded. Hee, if you don't end up inside the heavenly deity institution, then forget it. But if you do enter, there'll be quite the play to watch. The 9 heavens 10 earths have countless geniuses, more than enough for you to play with, all just waiting for you, the blue-pupiled young lady said. On the cliff, the 3 middle-aged men sighed. Perhaps we should relax the restrictions a bit further, not necessarily only granting qualifications to those with immortal energy. There were quite a few supreme beings from the past until now who took some time to develop, only displaying brilliance after hundreds to over 1,000 years. All right, then we'll cater towards all of the young experts, not adding any restrictions. As long as they could reach that ancient city, then we'll consider it a success, having the qualifications to leave this place and enter the heavenly deity institution. The 3 of them came to this decision. On the silver warship, Huolinger was worried, not wishing for Hao to leave, because this path was too dangerous, 9 deaths 1 life. Meanwhile, she couldn't stay at his side. Her large eyes were entirely red, asking Hao, where are you going now? What kind of preparations are you making? Preparing for marriage. The word marriage was actually spoken so openly by Hao. When Huolinger heard this, her face became completely red. She stared at him, always feeling like this fella became more and more unbridled recently. Only when she thought about how they were going to separate again, she sighed, not saying anything back. Her eyes became filled with watery mist, looking blurry. They were going to have to separate again, while this time Hao was going even further, heading into the depths of the Forbidden Region, heading far away from the 3,000 provinces, his journey incredibly dangerous. If he ended up making it back alive, Hao was going to leave this place and head for the world beyond. It was unknown how long this separation would be. When she thought about these things, Huolinger felt extremely emotional. She had a feeling that after this separation, the next time they meet might seem like forever away, unknown when they'll meet again. You have to be careful, she said softly yet firmly. It was because the Forbidden Region was too dangerous, even sect masters having a chance of dying after entering, let alone someone like Hao. This was a road of life and death, a path that once taken, he could not turn around. Whether he would even make it out alive, difficult to say. Don't worry, no one can kill me. I am quite looking forward to that forbidden region though, who knows? I might discover a few immortal birds and auspicious beasts and bring one back to serve as your mount. Xianxia said while laughing. He was always cheerful and also quite self-confident, not taking the dangers ahead to heart. When the blue-pupiled woman heard this, she smiled. Her skin not thin at this time either, giggling as she said, "How about you gift me one too? That's a gift for my wife. Are you my wife?" Xianxia asked in a rather lively manner. Youngster sure, offending older sister like this. Aren't you scared that I'll find people to tidy you up after you enter the heavenly deity institution? The blue-pupiled young lady said. Send your army this way. I'll subdue them one by one. Xianxia laughed loudly. Fine, you can act as egotistical and unbridled as you want. When the time comes, I will definitely show you special treatment. Find a few sisters to properly take care of you. The blue-pupiled woman revealed a smile, but no matter how one looked at it, it seemed a bit sinister. Really looking forward to it. What kind of backgrounds do those sisters have? Xianxia laughed in a lowly manner. The daughter of emperors, descendants of long-life beings, and true fairies. I just fear that you'll turn around and run when the time comes, not daring to entertain them. The blue-pupiled woman giggled. He won't be able to run. Definitely be immediately suppressed. That ice-cold woman said. All right, then you all just wait to welcome this majesty. I will definitely enter the heavenly deity institution. Wait for you all to look after me. Xianxia laughed rather brashly. That ice beauty glared at him, while the blue-pupiled young lady was still giggling, saying, Even daring to exchange your words, sure, when the time comes, don't come crying now. Let's see how you do. Soon after, they left Central Province. Following Xianxia's needs, after traveling several hundred provinces, the silver warship stopped. We'll meet again at the heavenly institution. Xianxia waved his hand, and then brought Hualinger off the warship. Where are we going? Hualinger asked. Just now when she saw Xianxia and the two girls bicker, she only smiled, not saying anything. To Demon Province to meet my grandfather. Demon Province, a place that was previously ravaged by the chaos of war. Many great demons appeared in the ancient years, obtaining their reputation precisely in this province. In reality, it was rumored that this place had immortal ancient great eras remains, previously a place where the great battles were incomparably bitter. There were remains of demons with evil energy. This was the first time Xianxia brought someone with him, as well as the first time he brought over a young lady to see his grandfather. Grandpa 15 had long sensed him, flying out from a volcano, his black hair scattering about. His figure was tall and large, extremely bold and powerful. Right now, his blood energy was flourishing, his bronze skin flickering with precious light, his outer appearance only looking around 30 or 40. Howard, Grandpa! They met each other not long ago. Not much time had passed since their last meeting. The grandfather and grandson were both extremely happy. Who is this girl? Could it be? The great demonic god looked at Hualinger, revealing a smile, laughing loudly. Grandfather, this is my wife. I brought her here to show you. Xianxia's skin was always extremely thick, his face not carrying redness, eyes not blinking as he said this. Hualinger truly couldn't take it. Was there this type of introduction? This was the first time she was meeting Grandpa 15, yet she was already completely red-faced. This girl is quite excellent, and if you like her, then Grandpa naturally supports you. Grandpa 15 said, his face all smiles. I heard about Grandpa 15 previously. Hualinger greeted seriously. She had previously heard of Grandpa 15's great reputation in the lower realm, and even more so learning about how he threw the imperial capital into chaos for his grandson, suppressing enemies on all sides. Towards this elder, she was full of admiration. Fire Emperor's daughter? When the great demonic god learned of her origins, he immediately roared with laughter. Fire Emperor was, in the end, a hero in his generation in the lower realm, an extraordinary individual. Grandpa 15 had naturally met the Fire Emperor before. Now that he saw his daughter, he was extremely satisfied. Aside from his admiration towards the Fire Emperor, it was also because they both came from the lower realm, both of them viewed as sinners' blood descendants. There's no need to speak too much, we're family now. Grandpa 15 laughed joyously, feeling extremely happy. Grandpa 15 was overjoyed, continuously patting Xiao's shoulder, having him prepare some heavenly deity meat and fine wine. They were going to drink their fill today. When they left last time, Xiao left Grandpa 15 with quite a bit of heavenly deity meat, for example, flood dragon, dragon sparrow, golden crane, and others. Everything that should be there was there, as well as a bit of sacred wine. Soon after, the golden crane in the cauldron was already cooked. The dragon sparrow wing also finished roasting. Even the fragrance of holy medicine wine floated about. How about I hold the marriage for you two today? When he was half drunk, Grandpa 15 said this. Huolinger immediately lowered her head. This was just too rushed. Even though they had to worry about separating, mentioning it like this was still too abrupt. Grandpa, there's one thing I haven't spoken to you about yet. I am going to take a special cultivation path and leave for a long time. With the future hard to predict, this isn't a good time to talk about those things. Xiao said. He secretly told his grandfather that the path was extremely difficult, life and death difficult to predict. With his departure imminent, he didn't wish to wrong Huolinger. What if he couldn't return? When Huolinger's embarrassment was gone, she also felt rather frustrated and disappointed. Were they going to separate just like that? The road ahead was boundless. When were they going to meet again? Grandpa 15 was a smart person, knowing that he couldn't stop his grandson. That was his path, so he couldn't randomly hold a wedding, because if anything unexpected happened to his grandson, wouldn't that be wronging the young lady before him? Xiao stayed with his grandfather here for 2 days, and then he left. Huolinger sighed, feeling emotional. Where do you want to go? I'll bring you there, Xiao said, putting aside his carefree and frivolous attitude. Now serious. It was because he was going to leave soon. You are leaving again. In the higher realms, this boundless world, I only have father and you to rely on, and now, you are leaving again. Huolinger was dejected, clearly distressed. She came from the lower realm, and now, she was no longer the princess of a country. In the past few years, she lived in the fire mulberry forest, wearing rough hemp clothes, quietly waiting for a single person to come back. She was completely isolated from this world. Now, an extremely important person was going to leave, filling her with sadness. If I can come back alive, I will definitely come looking for you, Xiao said. They said that there will be great chaos in the future. Is that true? Huolinger looked at him. If the day came when heaven and earth collapsed, chaos engulfing the world, would they be able to meet again? At that time, where would the two of them be? If that day truly comes, no matter where I am, I will return to protect you. Xiao made this vow, his voice resounding, ringing like a divine sword. I just want you to be safe, Huolinger said while carrying tears. She was extremely lonely in the higher realms, not wishing for this important person of hers to leave. I will return. No one can kill me, Xiao said. He was going to see her off, asking her where she wished to go. Huolinger remained silent, her expression blank. Where was she supposed to go? Where was her home? Xiao sent her to Xin province, arriving at Fire Emperor's place of seclusion, wishing for her to stay here and wait for Fire Emperor to return. However, Huolinger shook her head, her eyes full of tears, reluctant to part and full of sadness. She insisted on sending him off, wishing to see him enter the uninhabited region's depths. It's too dangerous. I won't feel at ease if you have to return on your own. Xiao didn't agree. Just stay here. Fire Emperor will return sooner or later. Stay with him, Xiao said, and then he looked at Little Wolf, saying, work hard and cultivate. Protect Linger well. Xiao stopped here for 2 days. In the end, he had to leave. Just send me to the fire mulberry forest. I want to live there in seclusion, Huolinger suddenly said, wishing to live in that peaceful and tranquil fire mulberry forest. Hao's mind was immediately shaken, a feeling that was difficult to describe welling up. The fire mulberry flowers were blossoming, everywhere scarlet red. They came here again. A cool breeze blew past, the fire mulberry trees stretching as far as the eyes could see swayed about. Red gemstone-like flowers fluttered down, clear fragrance wafting out. In that forest, the fiery red flower petals appeared in large amounts, fluttering all over the skies like a fleeting sunset glow. I really like this place, Huolinger said softly. She looked at the fiery red ancient trees and the mulberry leaf-picking girls. Her heart seemed to have calmed down again. It was because she had memories here, a place of longing and hope. She had previously waited for a person here. It allowed her heart to calm down and feel content. She never felt that she would return after just leaving this place. This time, compared to the last, was even more unknown. Hao's life or death was difficult to say. Even if he lived, he was still going to leave this world. Huolinger was disappointed and frustrated, her mind at a loss. When they met again, it really was unknown how many years would have passed. At that time, the entire world would already be in disorder, flames of war everywhere. Would they even be able to meet again? This reunion, even though it brought her joy, making her feel blessed by heaven, the next time seemed so far away. She knew that in the future, many heroes of this world would wither away, blood-dyeing mountains and rivers. In those warring years, everything was unknown. It was hard for Hao to turn back. He had to fight. They were going to separate. Hao looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. The fire mulberry flowers have bloomed. Year after year, I've waited for your return here, Huolinger said softly, looking at him, her eyes about to see him off into the distance. Only, she had a feeling that, after this separation, it might very well be forever. We will definitely see each other again, Hao said, feeling a bit of a sour feeling, but his voice was still firm. Huolinger raised her head, looking at him, and then at the sparkling flower petals fluttering everywhere. Tears tumbled down from her eyes, but she was smiling, saying, "You should be going." There were some people who couldn't be held back, some things worth remembering. She didn't cry in grief, only calmly sending him off. She smiled, but there were also tears as she saw Hao off into the distance. Hao was disappointed and frustrated, his heart beating fiercely. He walked forward a few steps, and then stopped looking back, finding it hard to move his feet. He couldn't help but think to himself, what exactly was all this for? Was this life entirely for the sake of cultivation? If he continued down this path, he might be able to reach the peak one day, overlook the world under the sky. But when he turned around and looked back at that time, just how many people and events that were worth spending time on would he have missed out on? Was it worth it? He didn't know. You should go. I'll silently pray for you here, wish you safety, obtaining long life. This world is going to enter chaos, the mountains and rivers in the future collapsing, blood flowing like rivers. You don't need to hesitate. Since you chose that path, you have to be firm. If the world no longer exists one day, what me and you is there to talk about? Regardless of where you go, even if you leave this world, rushing into the 9 great heavens, crossing the desolate borders, fighting while soaked in blood, I will always be in this corner of the world, waiting for you in this fire mulberry tree forest, silently waiting, wishing you well, praying for your safety. Huolinger's voice transmitted over. She wiped away her tears, struggling to put on a smile, waving her hands towards him. Hao truly found it difficult to move his feet. This long journey away to reach the peak of martial Dao, and to fight a great battle, a single separation, and who knew how many years would pass. He knew that he would miss out on many things if he left like this. I'll bring you with me then, Hao said. No. Huolinger shook her head firmly. Why? Hao asked. I don't wish to become a burden for you. Even if I am protected at your side, in good health for a while, when the crucial moment comes, I will definitely cause your heart to waver. Huolinger refused. She knew that it would be difficult for even Hao to protect himself. The road ahead incredibly dangerous. If he had to worry about her too, it would definitely be even more dangerous. Xianxia strolled through the fire mulberry forest with her, silent the entire time. After who knew how much time had passed, in the end, they still had to separate. He couldn't stop his steps here. "Take care of yourself, I will return," Xianxia said. He ascended into the sky one step after another, waving his hand towards her, traveling further and further away. His figure slowly disappeared under the sunset glow. Quillinger finally couldn't hold herself back, crying loudly while standing in the fire mulberry tree forest, tears clouding up her eyes. She lightly called out to him, forcefully waving towards the distance. Xianxia's heart trembled. Quillinger couldn't see him, but he had long cultivated the heavenly eyes, so he could still see that lonely figure under the setting sun. He wanted to stop, but he found it difficult to turn around. That path was one he had to take. "Are you going to leave just like that?" In the sky, a middle-aged man arrived, staring at him, great sleeves fluttering about, naturally imposing. Fire Emperor. Xianxia recognized him. The two previously met in the lower realm, obtaining his guidance, as well as receiving his assistance. "Senior," Xianxia spoke. Fire Emperor's style was just like before, eyes deep. He no longer wore the human emperor robe, now returning to normal, appearing more calm, his body possessing a great Tao aura. Right now, his emotions were greatly fluctuating, difficult to calm down. He looked at Xianxia, and then at the distant fire mulberry tree forest. He couldn't help but sigh. "Why aren't you giving her any hope?" Fire Emperor asked, looking at Xianxia, his eyes like torches, incomparably brilliant, shining with golden divine light. Xianxia stared blankly, not understanding what he meant. "I will return, as long as I am still alive, I will definitely return," Xianxia promised. "Then why can't you be together now? Even if it is just a few days or even a few hours," Fire Emperor said. Xianxia looked towards the distant skies, and then said, "I fear that if something unexpected happens to me, I won't know how long it will be before I return. I am not scared of enemies, only most fearful of the great changes of time, of wronging her." "What is wronging her? Do you feel like leaving like this? That Linger can let go everything? Start a new life?" Fire Emperor glowered at him. When Xianxia heard this, he felt ashamed, saying, "That wasn't my intention, but aren't the results the same? Even though you've left, Linger still can't forget you." Submerged in this type of parting sorrow for her entire life. Instead of this, why not just stay together? Even if it is just a day. Give her hope, let her understand, leave her with deep memories. Fire Emperor berated. Xianxia was stumped for words. He wanted to say something, yet couldn't say anything. He wanted to say that if he died in the desolate border, falling in the world beyond, at that time, wouldn't he be leaving behind sadness, making Huolinger feel sorrow? However, he then realized that if he left like this, never turning back, the result was the same. There would always be a girl silently waiting for him in the fire mulberry tree forest. "All right, I'm returning," Xianxia said. He turned into a golden rainbow, turning around in the horizon, rushing towards that fire mulberry tree forest and then descending. In that forest, a lonely figure was crying, supporting herself against a fire mulberry tree, her weak body finding it difficult to stand. Xianxia's eyes were sore. He quickly rushed over. Quillinger's eyes were blurry, hot tears continuously sliding down. She was extremely lonely, and in even greater despair, full of disappointment, deserted and empty inside. However, right now, she heard someone calling out to her. There was a figure before her. Through the tears and watery mist, she vaguely saw Xianxia again. She silently wept. He already left, so how could he return? This should be an illusion. "I pray that you are safe and sound far away." While looking at the figure before her, she prayed and offered her blessings quietly. "I didn't leave yet." Xianxia placed his hands on her soft shoulders, forcefully shaking her, telling her that this wasn't an illusion, that he was still here. "You didn't leave yet?" Quillinger's voice was trembling, quickly wiping away her tears, eyes immediately becoming bright. Then, she revealed a smile, feeling as if this world brightened again. Hao felt ashamed, not knowing how to console her. Fire Emperor stood in the distance, not moving forward, calmly watching. Fire Emperor! Huolinger finally saw him, revealing a bit of shyness, as well a type of attachment. Today was a day of both sadness and joy, full of emotions. The two she cared about the most both appeared, lightening the sadness she felt inside a bit. Child, since there is some fate that brought you two together, then don't leave any regrets. I'll preside over your marriage today, Fire Emperor said resolutely. Father! Huolinger's face was slightly red, looking at her father with a smile, but also carrying tears. She felt admiration, sadness, and joy. We are all cultivators, so we don't need any unnecessarily long ceremonies. Everything will just be simple. I'll take charge of the marriage. Fire Emperor was incredibly decisive. Under the setting sun, Fire Emperor sat on a piece of bluestone, first having them pay their respects to heaven and earth, conducting the traditional wedding ritual. With only the Fire Emperor as their witness, the two of them became man and wife. Hao felt ashamed inside. He was about to leave, not knowing if doing this was good or bad. When you leave the 3,000 provinces and head for the other ancient lands, you might meet all types of women, even girls that are descendants of true immortals. I won't demand much from you. I just don't want you to forget that you still have a girl waiting for you here, Fire Emperor said sternly. He then added, saying, I know that once you leave this place for the 9 heavens 10 earths, you will face all types of complex situations in the vast world with endless temptation. But I will still say the same thing. I won't demand anything of you because you are a man, I understand. I had many concubines before as well, but let me emphasize again, no matter where you go, you cannot forget Linger. When he spoke up to hear, the Fire Emperor was already clenching his teeth, threatening with a loud voice. It was because not only was he the Fire Emperor, he was a father. This was purely out of love for his daughter, his way of protecting her, as well as displaying his worry. I won't forget, Hao said seriously. Good. Even if you can't return, even if you cannot meet in this life, you still have to remember her. Fire Emperor stared at him, strictly warning. Hao didn't get angry, instead being extremely moved. This type of father was worthy of respect. He took a deep breath, and then said, Fire Emperor, do not worry, I will return. Huolinger cried. The 3,000 provinces were large enough already, while there was an even more vast world beyond with 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as a desolate border. It was full of unknowns and unpredictable things. If there was a battle, the mountains and rivers under the sky died in blood. How were they supposed to meet then? How were they supposed to reunite? Hao understood her feelings. He thought for a bit, and then swore here. If there really is something unexpected that happens, unable to meet again in this life, I will still try to find a way to find you. How was he supposed to look for her then? Fire Emperor could only release a sigh. If we aren't able to reunite, the world undergoes great changes, if it truly is too hard to meet. Hao's voice trembled, and then he suddenly raised his head, his gaze like divine rainbows as he said, I will change everything, find all, and then walk out from Reincarnation. His voice wasn't loud, but it triggered irregular scenes. Lightning hacked down from the void, incredibly frightening. However, Hao sent a fist into the heavens, scattering it all, not letting a single arc of electricity descend. Fire Emperor knew that some words, some actions, would trigger heavenly lightning, the irregular scenes world-shocking. Do you believe in reincarnation? The Fire Emperor asked. I do not, Hao said. Then what is the meaning in saying this? If there isn't, then I'll create a type of reincarnation and find everything, Hao replied. Fire Emperor waved his hand, not wishing to continue such a serious topic. That night, Hao accompanied Huolinger. There was no closed bridal room, no house, no tables or chairs. They just sat on the ground back to back, gazing into the starry sky together. The two of them were together, continuously chatting, as if they were going to talk about everything they could ever talk about in this life, all the way until the sky brightened, all the way until the golden multicolored clouds of sunrise appeared. They were still reluctant to part. Even as their eyes met, finally unable to say anything, they still had to separate in the end. However, Hualinger's heart seemed to have calmed down. "Go, I'll wait for you." It was just these simple words. Her face was calm, facing the sunrise's morning clouds, the smile extremely pure and extremely brilliant. "I'm going." Shihao got up. He gave his regards to Fire Emperor, and then bid Hualinger farewell. He rushed into the heavens, thus disappearing. He traveled through the sky. Only when he was far from Xin Province did he release a great roar into the sky, shaking the void until it collapsed, the heavens trembling. Shihao turned into a Kuan Pong, golden body carrying black-colored stripes that covered heaven and earth. The two wings moved, propelling him 90,000 li upwards into the limits of the horizon. That day, many people saw Kuan Pong, their hearts incredibly shaken. 3,000 provinces, a place vast and boundless. A single person's power was limited. No matter how powerful they were, it would still be difficult to travel through it. Shihao turned into the Kuan Pong, carrying a type of reluctance, a wave of emotions that were difficult to suppress. He spread his wings into the skies, moving through heaven and earth. After who knew how much time had passed, he sensed powerful figures staring at him, and only then did he hack apart the void, thus disappearing from the sky. His plan was to head into the boundless uninhabited region and enter the legendary Forbidden Region. He might face many dangers or even directly die. For the remainder of the path, he used the giant transport formations to travel from province to province, advancing towards his destination. Meanwhile, during this process, Shihao unexpectedly learned that the foreign guests lowered the expectations, allowing anyone to head towards that ancient path. As long as they could find that ancient city, they will consider them having passed, having the qualifications of entering the heavenly deity institution. The higher realms immediately erupted into commotion. Now, everyone already knew the purpose for the foreign guests' visit. Many geniuses were moved, truly wishing to immediately hurry into the uninhabited region. However, the higher levels of a few sects were frowning. If those young heroes were too self-confident, advancing there without fear of risks, then the higher realms' losses would be great. The sect master of Natural Luck Academy even died in that forbidden region. If you all wish to enter, you must properly think it over. From the past to present, the number of those who could come out alive are few. Act with prudence, caution, think 3 times over. A few great figures appeared, their words not many, but it was as if they poured cold water down on their heads, extinguished the fiery passion of quite a few youngsters' hearts. This was reality. The 3,000 provinces were extremely large, but that terrifying forbidden region was even more so, filled with dangers, to the extent where entering it was definitely 9 deaths 1 life. Even though there were a few regions that were already established, comparatively safer, that Trial of Fire, the ancient path, was definitely not one established through those places. Should they go or not? The 3,000 provinces could not remain calm in the following few days. Commotion breaking out from all directions. Many people discussing this. Do you think you are 10 Crown King? He has true strength, having the qualification to enter the heavenly deity institution, which is why treading on that path isn't that big of a deal. Exactly, we should wake up. We never cultivated immortal energy, far from being comparable to exiled Immortal and the others. If we wanted to obtain the qualifications through luck, that's not realistic at all. Of course, there were some who weren't convinced, not believing in the supernatural, thinking that they still had potential to dig up. From the past to present, the true exceptional supreme beings are often late bloomers, all outstanding figures that would only gradually become stronger after several hundred years, progressively become more powerful. I believe that when I step into the heavenly deity domain, I will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, not being inferior to anyone else. A few youngsters had wild ambitions, feeling that they could rise up, not willing to remain ordinary. Their seniors sighed, seriously advising against this action. The supreme beings recorded in those bone books were all extremely rare individuals, not even one to be found among millions and millions, not worth imitating. When the foreign guests loosened the conditions, they also said something else. They told the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces that whether or not they cultivated immortal energy isn't important, because there was still an opportunity for them to rise up. The heavenly deity realm could change, to the extent where there are great cultivation realms beyond that where one could bathe in flames and undergo rebirth. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of many people. Quite a few geniuses went on their way, carrying dreams and ambition. The higher realms became more and more noisy, unable to calm down. Xianxia already arrived outside the uninhabited region according to plan. However, this place was different from the place where he entered immortal ancient remains, bordering several dozen provinces. This was a terrifying region few dared to step foot in. Meanwhile, the part of the uninhabited region that led into immortal ancient remains, even though it had dangers, was already pretty much explored, a place that could be entered. Shang province, at the outermost region, adjacent to enormous mountains that reached through the clouds. Xianxia stood there looking forward. Those great peaks in the forbidden region were just too tall. They were dark black, giving off a majestic and boundless aura, as if they supported the palaces of heavenly emperors. Halfway up the mountain was already fog-bound, deep inside the clouds. It didn't feel like a mountain, but rather like pillars that propped up the heavenly dome. You've made your decision? Not far out, on a short mountain, the three great supreme beings had arrived, seated there, looking at Xianxia below. Apart from them, Lin Tian, the blue-pupiled woman, and the others were also present, standing at the side, extremely respectful and careful when speaking to those three, obeying their instructions. I've decided, Xianxia said. He already made his preparations, ready to head out on this journey at any time. You should stay on the side and rest for the time being. On the short mountain, a middle-aged man pointed out with a finger. A praying mat appeared in the void, weaved out of white-colored divine grass, sparkling and shining. There were sounds of chanting that could be heard. On the side, the blue-pupiled woman and 5 individuals were incomparably shocked, especially Lin Tian, who revealed a look of envy, as if he attached quite a bit of importance to that praying mat. Xianxia didn't say anything more, moving through the air and sitting down, closing his eyes to rest. Immediately, his mind was shaken. This praying mat was too strange. As soon as he sat down, it made his heart calm, his pains and sorrows departing from him. All of the feelings of reluctance were removed. Soon after, he entered a clear-minded state, about to comprehend the Tao. What kind of praying mat was this? He began to speculate inwardly. As if knowing what he was thinking, that blue-pupiled woman said with a smile, "This is definitely not some praying mat made of normal divine grass, but something from an immortal cave." Xianxia was shocked. He knew that the 9 heavens 10 earths had many opportunities and quite a bit of natural luck. There were naturally no lack of true immortal ancient caves. However, now, he was personally sitting on the praying mat related to an immortal, leaving him quite shocked. Soon after, he calmed down again. It wasn't like he didn't encounter something similar before. He had previously brought back one from the Kuanpeng nest, but that praying mat was eaten by that emperor butterfly of his. This was definitely an embarrassing thing. If others knew, they would definitely ridicule him. During these past few months, Ning Chuan arrived, exiled immortal appeared, and even 10 Crown King came. Apart from them, there were many people, not less than 100,000. The numbers weren't small, but compared to when they were entering immortal ancient remains, it was still much, much fewer. After all, it was far more dangerous this time. Definitely 9 deaths 1 life without many people able to survive. "Hey, over here!" Xianxia saw a fatty frantically waving his hands in the crowd. It was precisely Chao Yuxing. Apart from this, Xianxia saw a few familiar people. For example, Goddess Academy's Feng Wu, Heaven-Mending Sex Yuchan, Sky-Severing Sex Witch, and others. They all came. Apart from this, there were a few enemies, for example, Sword Valley's Gu Jianyun. Upon closer inspection, there were a few heroes from the 100,000 that had unordinary identities and statuses, this gathering quite powerful. I will say it again. There is a danger of falling at any time. You all must properly think it through. There is still time to back out now. A middle-aged man on the mountain said, carrying out the final warning. Even though there was quite the clamoring, no one withdrew. "All right, then let it begin." On the short mountain, a middle-aged man stood up. With a large swing of his sleeve, great winds swept about. A streak of resplendent light appeared in the uninhabited region, forming a great golden path, charging forward. "This is the path, you all just need to proceed forward. As long as you can persevere through, you'll be able to find that ancient city." Along with a wave of his great sleeve, the forbidden region surged with many symbols. As if it was activated, the ancient dust-covered path was opened up, welcoming the participants of this trial by flames. "Senior, have you walked through this path before?" exiled Immortal asked. "I have not traveled through this path, but I have other methods of entering that ancient city," the middle-aged man on the short mountain said. When these words were spoken, many people's expressions turned pale, immediately changing. Not even this supreme being had traveled through it, yet they were supposed to. "I'm withdrawing." Just now, no one backed out, but now, there were immediately over 10,000 that chose to leave, no longer advancing. "Are there any others?" The three great supreme beings all stood up, looking at everyone. "All right, since there is no one, then be on your way." The three of them worked together. Multicolored mists rushed into the heavens, bone texts pouring out like a sea. They sent those who remained into that path. "Sure, how this way?" the little fatty Chao Yuxing shouted. However, he was destined for disappointment. After the three great supreme beings took action, everyone turned into specks of light, entering that forbidden region with polypala sounds. Everyone was separated, with few people close to each other. They were all scattered throughout this ancient path. This path's width alone reached 8,000 li, unimaginably long. It led directly into the uninhabited region's innermost depths. There were others who were already 1,000,000 li out, while some only just started moving. This was the results of the three great supreme beings working together, separating them. Sure Hao entered this ancient land. He didn't feel like he was in a jungle, but more like a great desolate desert, because it was too quiet. Even though ancient trees reached into the heavens, rich with vegetation, there wasn't a trace of activity, no birds to be seen, no beast roars to be heard. There wasn't even an insect in sight. This was extremely strange, but this was the true uninhabited region. No cultivators like himself could be seen. At the very least, he didn't meet any yet. Sure Hao opened his heavenly eyes, inspecting all of the scenery around him, not letting any abnormalities through. It was because even the yellow mud and water droplets here could kill sect masters. Ah! Suddenly, a miserably cry sounded. A cultivator screamed in fear just several dozen li in front of him. Sure Hao's eyebrows frowned. His body moved, and then like a streak of light, he shot out while staying close to the ground. However, what was shocking was that it sounded like it came from several dozen li away. Yet he only noticed something after running several hundred li. The scene before his eyes left him shocked. More than 10 corpses were hanging from an ancient tree's forked branch. Perhaps, it was more correct to say that there were more than 10 sets of shriveled-up human skin. It wasn't the skin that was peeled off, but rather that something sucked out all of their blood, refined their bones, devouring the marrow, internal organs, and others, only leaving behind a set of intact skin that fluttered about in the wind, hanging on that ancient tree. Sure Hao's eyes became cold. What kind of thing was that? It was too strange. His divine senses didn't capture anything, while he didn't see anything even after rushing over. Chi! Suddenly, a stalk of withered grass moved, flying towards him. Sure Hao avoided it. That stalk of withered grass released a hong sound, directly smashing a distant towering black mountain into fine pieces. Sure Hao turned around, looking in a direction. With a chong sound, he pulled out the everlasting immortal sword. Whenever he used this sword, it was always when he displayed killing intent, or when the situation looked extremely bad. A cold laughter sounded, carrying endless chilliness. Then, an ancient language he had never heard of before sounded in this jungle, the voice full of malice. Sure Hao couldn't understand this language, but he sensed its divine will. After crossing the desolate border, there's immediately so much food waiting for me, What great luck! These words made Xianxia shiver coldly. He knew that things were bad. Something major happening. Those three supreme beings might not have even anticipated something unexpected happening to this path. There were actually creatures from the other side of the desolate border that crossed over. This is definitely a huge incident. What kind of existence is it exactly? Xianxia widened his eyes. There were ancient trees everywhere, all of them several hundred zhang tall. The leaves bright, leaves and branches swirling about, with many water-jar thick vines coiling around them. It was extremely wild and primitive. Only it was too quiet. Xianxia looked around, everlasting immortal sword in hand, taking precautions in this place and searching about. Suddenly, running sounds could be heard from the distance. Someone else came, a cultivator from the 3,000 provinces who rushed here. Careful, Xianxia loudly reminded. The creature that crossed over the desolate border didn't take action against him, instead releasing a strange fluctuation and then rushing at the newcomer. Ah! A miserable scream shouted. Fast to the point where one couldn't react in time. That person died. These methods left even Xianxia a bit startled. He didn't cower back, instead rushing over. It was because he knew that there was no way he could make his way around this individual. He could only fight. In this place, a creature with a humanoid body and an elephant head was killed. It was still the same as those before it, bone marrow, inner organs, flesh, all sucked clean, only a layer of skin left. It hung from the vine, fluttering about in the wind, expression pale, a bit terrified. Another cultivator was killed. Peace was returned to this place. That terrifying existence unexpectedly didn't immediately take action to deal with Xianxia, becoming silent. However, Xianxia had a feeling that there was something eyeing him in secret. At this moment, his entire body went taut, fine hairs standing on end, feeling as if he was targeted by some beast from the great wilderness. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. That type of danger sensation made him feel a chill inside. Even though he was taking great precautions, incredibly nervous, Xianxia still felt a bit better, not as bad as he had imagined. It was because if this creature was powerful enough, it wouldn't have to observe him and would instead just directly devour him. What kind of thing was this? Xianxia frowned. That creature was actually hiding in the void, unable to see it even with the heavenly eyes. He found it. His eyes flashed with light. The heavenly eyes could see through the fabricated, stare straight at the source. He saw a lump of dark matter in the nothingness. However, immediately afterwards, his eyes felt a wave of pain, scarlet multicolored light erupting, stabbing at his eyes like nails. The scarlet light flashed, and then that creature disappeared. Chi! Xianxia brandished the sword core in his hand, hacking behind him. This was a type of instinct, because the fine hairs on his back all stood up, revealing a layer of goosebumps, sensing that danger was approaching. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions. An expanse of bone texts erased. The blast of light that creature released stopped the sword core, and there was also a wave of scorching pain that surged towards the surface of Xianxia's body. This was definitely quite a rare sight. Xianxia's full-force attack with the everlasting immortal sword could slice apart the heavens, split the secret treasures of the heavens. Yet right now it was stopped, which meant that Xianxia himself was being counterattacked. An expanse of symbols appeared beneath his feet, shrinking the earth into inches, quickly moving out. The ancient trees in front of him turned into ashes, and then an enormous mountain melted into magma, exploding there. In the void, the lump of dark matter hid itself. Xianxia's brows were standing vertically, releasing a roar. Golden patterns appeared over his entire body, 100,000 of Kuan Peng feathers flying out, all of them produced by symbols, drowning out that area. That place directly exploded. The 100,000 divine feathers were like 100,000 heavenly swords, hacking apart the void. Finally, that creature rushed up, revealing its original body. It was round like a ball, diameter at least a meter. It was black, carrying burn marks, as well as bloodstains. It was an eyeball. When it closed, it hid in the void, difficult to see. Meanwhile, when it opened slightly, the eye released scarlet light like fire, but also like lightning. able to stop all tangible matter in front of it. Meanwhile, at this time, it suddenly opened wide. This entire place was filled with scarlet multicolored light, flooded by blood-colored radiance. There was a wave of deep and thick killing intent, as if he had fallen into a blood-colored hell. A streak of lightning shot out as soon as Xianxia raised his hand, shooting out from his palm. Golden divine radiance overflowed outwards, surging like a great stream. Lightning Emperor's secret method. That eyeball spoke with an extremely strange language. Xianxia naturally didn't know this language, but understood its meaning through his divine senses. You even know this? Little demon, I know many things, that eyeball said. Hong. The eyeball shone. Blood-colored mists rose, unexpectedly stopping the lightning. In addition, the void mysteriously oozed out blood, incredibly terrifying. It was as if the space around Xianxia was being crushed, streak after streaks of cracks produced under its warping, blood flowing out from within. Xianxia shivered inwardly. That blood could corrode all living things, trapping him inside. He tried touching a bit of the blood that splashed out, and when he made contact, he felt waves of burning pain. Blood pool. Reappear. Exterminate. Following that eyeball's short shout, the void distorted, producing a blood pool. It was full of corrupted blood, possessing a strange power that was going to devour Xianxia within. He finally knew why only a layer of skin remained on those people. They were devoured just like this. Lightning judgment. Xianxia shouted. His hand formed imprints, and then all types of precious light surged in the void. Lightning then flooded outwards from between heaven and earth, pouring down in torrents. Then, in front of him appeared a lightning pool that contained all types of lightning radiance. There were great electrical arcs, 5-colored divine lightning, and primal chaos electrical radiance. This was the lightning Tao he comprehended after crossing tribulation several times, directly producing a lightning pool. Kacha! Electrical light suddenly erupted, endless lightning surging. Any random bit of electricity from within it possessing destructive power, resisting that blood pool. Finally, the two pools rushed together, erupting with world-shocking brilliance. In that instance, nothing could be seen, only lightning and blood. Everything else drowned out. Only when all of this faded did Xianxia appear again. He was in a sorry state, his battle clothes long shattered to pieces, entire body covered in injuries. His body smashed through several mountain peaks, the jungle itself damaged beyond recognition. Meanwhile, this was only the result of the blast waves. The confrontation just now completely happened in the void. The lightning pool disappeared, the blood pool also vanishing. In the sky suspended an eye, dark in appearance, its surface now having a bit more bloody traces. It rotated about there, carrying ice-cold killing intent. What a pity, only an eye of mine able to cross over. Otherwise, killing tens of thousands of ants like you wouldn't be difficult at all. The ancient language was cryptic and difficult to understand, however, the meaning was clear. It was extremely unsatisfied, feeling that it was extremely shameful that it couldn't even kill a single heavenly deity-level creature. Xianxia was greatly shaken. What was its original form like then? How powerful would it be then? A single eye was like this, it truly was horrifying. He felt like even if sect masters came, they would still be far inferior to its main body. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia became even more horrified. It was because he saw that eyeball move, exposing a terrifying injury. There was a broken bronze spear inserted within, already rusted. Xianxia was stupefied. If not for that bronze broken spear exhausting most of the eyeball's vitality, he likely wouldn't have been able to stop even a single eyeball. If not for this injury, you think you could have acted so impudent before me? That eyeball coldly said. The 7 great kings defending the desolate border are matchless and unrivaled. If they took action, you definitely wouldn't have been able to cross over. Was it just their subordinates that injured you, which is why you were able to luckily escape through the net? Xianxia asked, trying to fish for information. 7 great kings? How ancient are those figures? There are still people bringing them up. Ha ha ha. The eyeball laughed loudly, carrying coldness, and even more a wave of killing intent. Sure Hao's mind immediately sank. Could it be that the 7 great kings were already no longer in existence? Sinner Blood's ancestors, known as matchless kings, they defended the desolate border, misunderstood by the people of the 3,000 provinces. They possessed unmatched achievements, but even in death, they were going to fade away without recognition? Sure Hao shivered inwardly, feeling a wave of pressure, and even more a type of grief. A powerful emotion was surging. The so-called desolate border is about to no longer exist. We are about to cross over. When the time comes, everything under the sky will be connected, that eyeball said coldly. Less nonsense. Even someone as powerful as you could only send over an eyeball, and even that was nailed by someone's war spear, almost destroyed, yet you still wish to fully cross over. Sure Hao said, hoping to obtain more information. The desolate border is doomed to decay. This eyeball sneered. Then, it stared into the uninhabited region depths, saying, My injury wasn't obtained in the desolate border, but rather because this forbidden region is too strange. An undying spear stabbed me. There was actually this type of thing? Sure Hao was shocked. A rusted war spear in the forbidden region actually ended up mysteriously seriously injuring this eyeball. Suddenly, that eyeball no longer spoke, seemingly silently thinking. Then, it abruptly opened its eyes, that pupil an expanse of scarlet red like a roiling blood sea, killing intent even thicker. It said to itself, After being penetrated by this war spear, I rested for a bit, thinking that it would only take a few hours, never expecting that 10,000 years have already passed. 10,000 years. How long of a period of time was this? This eyeball was injured and recovering, entering a dormant state, yet over 10,000 years passed just like that. Sure Hao sighed. This type of existence was too terrifying, strength tyrannical. Fortunately, it was seriously injured, pierced by the war spear, or else it would have definitely been a great disaster, forever buried here. He couldn't treat this place with normal reasoning. It seems like what you said about the desolate border no longer existing was false. Your side has lost, unable to cross over. Sure Hao mocked, wishing to provoke the other party. Understand more. It was clear that even though this eye was damaged, not complete, it was still an ancient being, understanding what he meant. However, it didn't care because it had confidence. It wasn't too worried about the desolate bordersides matters, saying to itself, Seems like they are carrying out the second plan, unable to forcefully break through. Ha ha! Sure Hao laughed loudly. Youngster, are you acting complacently? The eyeball gave him a glance, carrying contempt, and even more a type of coldness and pity, saying, You should be in sorrow, because after the second plan is carried out, once they cross over, this so-called 3,000 Dao provinces would no longer exist, becoming even more terrifying. What are you even talking about? Sure Hao really wished to know the concrete situation. When you die, I'll tell your ruined soul, that eyeball said, throwing itself forward. Sure Hao released a great roar, using all of his precious techniques, fighting a great battle against it. In these past few years, Sure Hao advanced valiantly. He could be considered an incomparably powerful figure too, yet now he nearly died. Even though this eyeball was badly damaged, it was still powerful to the extreme. I refuse to believe that I can't kill you, Sure Hao roared. As for the eyeball, it had long become scarlet red like blood, its entire body shining, distorting the void and making it sink in, completely deform. It became even more angry, unexpectedly becoming weak to this extent where it couldn't even kill a younger generation individual. Chong! Right at this moment, the rusted broken speak inserted into the eyeball shone, and then erupted with resplendent light, shaking off the rust. A line of ancient characters appeared on its surface, shining brilliantly. Ah! The eyeball cried out, continuously shedding blood. It became entirely scorched black, as if it suffered a great blow. I just knew that this damaged weapon of yours was from an immortal weapon, possessing immortal Dao will. It roared angrily. This was also why it couldn't force out this war spear, impaled deeply within this eyeball the entire time. Kill! Sure Hao shouted loudly. Meanwhile, the bronze war spear was also moving, causing this eyeball to scream miserably, blood flowing outwards. It was splitting apart, about to break in half. The eyeball split open, blood dripping down. That pupil was scarlet red and blinding, scarlet multicolored light shooting out. A short spear moved, continuously moving about to destroy this eyeball. How released all types of precious techniques, shooting them out. He felt like this eyeball was too dangerous, that it was still best to get rid of it earlier. Qi. Corrupted blood splashed outwards in large amounts. In the end, this eyeball was like a bottomless pit, continuously releasing blood, from scarlet red to jet black, carrying a cold and gloomy aura. How was shocked. A black hole unexpectedly appeared in the void, devouring everything around it. It was precisely formed from that eyeball. Its appearance unexpectedly changed greatly. How naturally did everything he could to resist Willow Deity's precious technique appearing. Several dozen golden branches flew out, tearing through the void and breaking apart that black hole. You even know its precious technique? This eyeball was now clearly shocked. Its expression became cold, pupils deep. Even though it was splitting apart, brilliant radiance was released. It stared at How, saying coldly, "That willow tree hasn't died yet, yes or no?" Hong. Right at this time, the inside of that eyeball was like the depths of hell. There was unexpectedly a door that opened, connected to a blood-colored passage, about to swallow up How inside. It released killing intent, no longer fearing the consequences. It was going to suppress How and then bring him away. Kill! How brandished the everlasting immortal sword. The sword core shone, becoming incomparably brilliant, its imprints all appearing. Someone was ascending to immortality, white mists surging, specks of light falling, incomparably brilliant. What is going on? This eyeball was shocked. It discovered that the broken spear inserted into its body was frantically shaking, burning because of this shining brightly. It has something to do with that sword core? It was shaken up inwardly. Even How was a bit surprised. As he brandished that sword, the bronze broken spear seemed to have revived, the line of ancient characters on its surface becoming increasingly resplendent. Don't! The eyeball cried out. Felt fear. Hong! The immortal Tao imprint inside the broken spear exploded, this ruined artifact igniting on its own, thus breaking apart, dragging the eyeball along with it in destruction. Corrupted blood flew about. The eyeball immediately exploded. It was just too fast. The door that was opened naturally shattered, completely breaking down, turning into bloody light, becoming a multicolored haze. This was too sudden, leaving even How surprised. The everlasting immortal sword in his hands pierced forward, perfectly making contact with the shockwave. A miserable sound rang through the air. Everything became chaotic, this place turning into a region of death. A ruined spirit flew out from the eyeball, smashing against the sword core. As a result, it was immediately blasted into ashes, no longer existing. The radiance disappeared, the mountain forest recovering its peace. If not for the corrupted blood and bronze dust, it really would be difficult for one to believe that an intense battle had just happened here, a terrifying creature previously appearing here. How looked at the sword core in his hands in a daze. This thing was a bit strange, a bit unusual, definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. This was something brought out from Immortal Ancient, something that disappeared along with Five Crown King. It was rumored to have been dug up from an underground ancient mine, a sword core created by heaven and earth. This thing, How didn't say too much. Only after thinking for a while did he put it away. Then he thought back to that eyeball. The desolate border was unstable, about to become chaotic as expected. This world was going to be covered in the flames of war, the days where blood flowed like rivers not too far off. The path still must be taken. How sighed. Thinking more right now would only make him more worried. The only thing he could do was become stronger as fast as he could. Otherwise, when the true disaster descended, it was useless no matter how matchless his innate talents were. Without the time to grow, even the child of a true dragon would only be regarded as food by others. He began to run, quickly advancing. The forbidden region was extremely strange, with some places that allowed flight, while others had strange natural laws that would hack down people from the skies. This was like a warning, making those who intruded feel reverence towards this area. They couldn't underestimate this place, not allowed to randomly fly. Along the way, he caught up to quite a few cultivators. It wasn't that these individuals were fast, catching up to him, but rather that when the three great supreme beings sent these people inside, some were already millions to tens of millions of li out. However, during this process he also saw many corpses, their causes of death unknown. They didn't have any injuries on them, passing on unnaturally just like that. He didn't want to look into these matters. He didn't have time to waste. If he looked too deeply in this terrifying and dangerous place, he might very well be throwing his life away as well. Suddenly, waves of bloody mist surged. Unknown how many corpses appeared on the ground. An absolute massacre. When Shihao hurried over to this place, he stopped. He was less than 10 million li from the 3,000 provinces, yet already continuously encountered danger. It made him shiver inwardly. His footsteps slowed, advancing step by step. This path couldn't be avoided, because he unexpectedly saw large blue stars suspending in midair, less than 100 zhang from the earth. There were falling great stars at both sides of the road as well. They were the size of mountains, shining and brilliant, dark blue like jadestone. This was a type of marvelous scene, every single star releasing symbols. Stars refined and shrunk by exceptionally powerful individuals, actually so many of them arranged here. Is this a great formation? Anyone who reached this place would be alarmed, their bodies shaking. These great stars were too grand and magnificent. Shihao moved forward, more and more corpses appearing the further he walked. His expression was grave. Finally, he arrived at an important section up front. Shihao saw that there was a female who was also trapped. Streak after streak of flowing light fell from the sky above, pouring down like specks of sand, boundless, crushing the void until everything distorted. There was even more formless sword energy sweeping out. Shihao was shocked. This sword energy didn't harm his physical body, only attacking at his primordial spirit. No wonder there were so many corpses not damaged, yet all dead. This was an ancient damaged formation. Even though its damage was severe, it was extremely astonishing. It was, after all, a formation refined by an unmatched great existence with many stars. It's her. Shihao recognized her. She wore green clothes, her figure elegant and refined, like a divine lotus that was swaying about, releasing its brilliance. That was Xianxia, someone who could be called a formidable young expert from the 3,000 provinces. Back then, when Shihao ascended the Void God realm, ascending the Copper Sparrow altar to enter the 3,000 provinces spirit realm, he had met her brother and even fought against him. Xianxia, an exceptional talent of the Lotus race, reputation great, even more powerful than Child of Lightning and Underworld Child. She was a well-known female exceptional talent, ranked close to the front. However now, her body couldn't move, blood flowing out from the space between her brows, her expression full of sadness, the light in her eyes dimming. Shihao wanted to offer a helping hand, but it was already too late. Xianxia saw him, her eyes flourishing with radiance, but she still fell in the end. Truly is cruel. Shihao's face was expressionless. A well-known person from the 3,000 provinces died here. However, this path must be treaded on. He walked forward, activating all types of precious techniques to defend himself. Blood appeared in the space between his brows, because the most crucial intersection had been reached. That formless sword energy crushed down, attacking his soul viciously. He chanted the true primordial record from his mouth and activated all types of precious techniques, doing everything he could to resist. His mind sustained some damage to his soul, but he still made it through in the end. Kacha! In the sky, a blue-colored great star exploded. That formless sword energy became weaker, no longer being as powerful. At the same time, Xianxia collapsed onto the ground, quickly shrinking, unexpectedly turning into a seed. Rebirth? Shihao was shocked. This woman was unordinary as expected. Actually not completely destroyed, transforming into a dark green jade stone-like seed. "Please bury me nearby," a weak voice sounded. "Bringing you out isn't necessarily better," Xianxia said. "No, this is my great calamity, and also my opportunity. I can sense the chaotic green lotus aura, true traces left behind by him. Please help me." Xianxia transmitted sound. When Xianxia heard this, he raised his head to look towards the great stars in the sky. They were tightly packed, numbering in the tens of thousands, refined by a matchless expert. Chaotic green lotus? Xianxia didn't understand. He doesn't belong to this great era, but had previously reached the peak of glory, known as an eternal clear sky lotus. "Please help me. There will be reciprocation in the future," Xianxia said. "Fine," Xianxia said, no longer hesitating. This didn't take much effort at all, planting this sparkling green seed deep into the not-too-distant soil. Then he continued on his way. 5 days later, a purple bamboo forest stood in his way. White mists surged, as if he had entered the immortal realm. Along the way, Xianxia didn't see anyone, only he alone reaching this place. When he saw this scene, he felt quite shocked, vaguely sensing immortal Tao energy. This forbidden region is sinister as expected. Why do I seem to sense the atmosphere of an immortal's home? Xianxia was on his guard, but still continued forward. When he entered the purple bamboo forest, heaven and earth spun about, the scene changing greatly. All types of multicolored light rose with primal chaos surging. This was a world of its own. White mists wafted about, the mountains and rivers refined and majestic. Immortal birds flew about, auspicious beasts roamed. Everything changed. This was a different world. Xianxia saw a few creatures that should have been extinct in this great era, long turned into legends. Qilin cub. He saw a young lady carrying a white qilin in her bosom, treasuring it greatly, smiling and teasing the little qilin. He saw an immortal phoenix who turned into a young lady wearing 5-colored precious clothes. She descended on a shining spiritual mountain, extremely peaceful. Then, Xianxia saw a young man whose body carried immortal energy. On his back, a precious sword made from radiant immortal gold. He walked in a free and unfettered manner, advancing valiantly. What kind of place did I end up in? Xianxia was amazed, because he felt as if he had entered a land of illusion. However, his divine senses told him that those were true experts, not fake. What was going on? Could it be that there were small worlds left over from the immortal ancient great era that were unharmed, people from that great era still alive? Did he just happen to discover the entrance and enter? White-colored immortal mist pervaded the air, spiritual mountains towering one after another, all of them shining. The various ancient medicines had grown for several hundreds of thousands of years, the sweet fragrance wafting about. Xianxia was a bit stupefied, not understanding what was happening. He walked forward. Someone was calling out to him. The woman formed from an immortal phoenix slightly opened her red lips, carrying a bright and beautiful smile as she said, "Where does brother come from?" 3,000 Tao provinces. Xianxia replied, "Have not heard of it before? Perhaps a true immortal cave?" She smiled gently. "If I may, what is this place?" Xianxia asked. "Naturally an immortal residence, vast and boundless. Brother came to participate in the distinguished meeting too, right? Many young geniuses have gathered, all the outstanding talents of different clans, coming here to interact. We all have something to benefit from this." That immortal phoenix transformed young lady said. Xianxia opened his mouth, a bit speechless. What kind of place did he end up stumbling into exactly? Then, a few youngsters hurried over, all greeting each other without any hostility, incredibly peaceful. These people looked like they were aloof from worldly affairs. Xianxia was in a bit of disbelief. He personally pinched the young qilin beast the young lady was carrying, as a result discovering that it was real. That white-colored little qilin rolled its eyes at him, rather discontent. Am I sleepwalking through Immortal Ancient? Or has Immortal Ancient reappeared? Xianxia was stunned. How could he not be suspicious? Why was he able to meet these types of creatures in this era? "What is it, fellow cultivator?" that phoenix girl in five-colored clothes asked, seeming quite concerned. "I just feel a bit dizzy." Sure Hao supported his head. He felt extremely confused. Everything he saw was incredibly suspicious, difficult to comprehend. What kind of time were they in now? Yet he still saw a white qilin and other creatures. Following a piu-chi sound, the phoenix girl laughed. The others were also astonished, and even the white little qilin blinked its large eyes, muttering, "Definitely crazy. As cultivators, how could they be dizzy? Unless they were seriously injured, otherwise they were full of vitality, shining with the sun and moon, always at their most optimal state." The five-colored feathered clothes were bright, the sparkling battle clothes produced by the phoenix's true feathers. As it rested on the phoenix girl's body, it looked as thin as a light muslin, dazzling and bright. Even her hair was flickering with 5 types of multicolored light, her skin snow-white as if carved by spotless white ivory. Her eyes were large and full of life, long eyelashes moving. "Dao brother, could it be that you just started to close your Dao, so you were feeling a bit out of sorts, thus becoming dizzy?" she teased. The others all laughed as well. This place was completely free from worldly affairs with immortal Dao aura everywhere. Truly left Sure Hao shocked. He knew that he came to an unimaginable place. Sure Hao was embarrassed. What close the Dao, he had never heard of it. His current cultivation method was definitely different from that of the others here. "Brother, I feel like your aura is a bit different from ours, your cultivation totally different. What kind of immortal seed did you obtain? Did you completely merge it into yourself?" The male with the radiant immortal gold sword said gently. "A type of ancient flame," Sure Hao said, bracing himself for retaliation. He really didn't understand anything about the enlightenments of the immortal ancient era, so he could only reply like this. "It must be a flame seed left behind by a great older generation figure. It seems like once you merge with it, this world will have another powerful expert." The youth nodded. You also have a sword on your back. It seems quite special," the young lady who was holding the white qilin said, staring at that sword core. Before entering the purple bamboo forest, Sure Hao brought out the everlasting immortal sword to defend himself, then later on carried it on him, which was why these people now noticed it. "This is strange. Why does it seem a bit familiar?" someone muttered. "Is it? This sword is so dim without luster, looking quite ordinary." The phoenix girl spoke. When her eyes opened and closed, they flickered with 5-colored brilliance, exuding a type of dignity, and even more a type of transcendence. The youngsters here all gave that sword a few looks. Then a few people felt that it was strange, directly muttering, saying, "It is quite similar to that legendary sword the ancestral master has spoken about, definitely an imitation." The others all laughed, because many of their weapons were cast in imitation of the older generation great figures. "My sword is also an imitation, within its 6 tails of radiant immortal gold. Even though it doesn't look bad, it is far inferior when compared to that immortal king's weapon." The young man with the precious sword on his back said with a smile as he shook his head. The others all spoke, all calm, aloof from worldly affairs, lacking the ambition and passion of the clans in the 3,000 provinces' great lands. Sure Hao sighed inwardly. These were true immortal cultivators, right? A group of peaceful, otherworldly individuals who didn't seek conflict, different from the other cultivators he had met before. At the same time, he was moved inside. Could it be that the sword core on his back had some other type of astonishing background? It was because he knew that this sword core was extremely mysterious. "This isn't a good place to chat. Let's head to the meeting site." This was a distinguished meeting. According to what they said, many people from all different clans came, all of them powerful individuals, the meeting representing a group of stunning youngsters. Aside from this, there were some giants who also came here to discuss the Dao. When Sure Hao heard this, he was happy inside. Regardless, he had to go take a look. Who cares if he had something strange about him? He still had to gain some experience before he would understand things. It was because he felt that the things these people were talking about, for example, the inheritances, Dao methods, and other things weren't fake. Just now, they only mentioned a few things, yet he was already moved inside. If he truly could discuss the Tao with peerless experts in this distinguished meeting, learning about different cultivation methods, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to him, worth looking forward to. Along the way, these youngsters talked in groups of 2s and 3s, all of them speaking freely, not a bit of worry, let alone exerting any intimidation. Xianxia sighed inwardly. These people were too aloof from worldly affairs, completely different from the cultivators he had met before. We're here. This is Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, the residence of a great senior. The distinguished meeting is held precisely here. An 8-headed great snake flew over, every head as large as a small mountain. Behind it was a jade palace that swirled with brilliant colors, the building reaching into the green jade sea behind it. A true immortal came. Everyone was shocked. They watched as the figure disappeared. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sounded. A great bell moved through the horizon, entering the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. The bell sound was peaceful, making one feel as if they were going to enter a state of Tao comprehension, all of them feeling some type of deep realization. Even this type of great figure came. It truly is shocking. Heavens! Even this without end great figure came. What kind of occasion is this? They all said that his comprehension of the Tao was unmatched. However, there were some issues with his body, causing him to remain in seclusion for many eras. I never expected to see him appear again today. Even that Phoenix girl was pleasantly surprised, revealing a look of excitement, jumping and crying out here, fully displaying the liveliness a young lady should have. Her eyes erupted with 5-colored brilliance, the previous dignified aura disappearing. When Xianxia heard this, he was immediately shaken up. Without end? This name was definitely not unfamiliar. The 3,000 provinces had his damaged bell. This immediately threw his thoughts into disorder. This person didn't die yet? He had been hiding inside an immortal residence until now. Was his true body going to appear? He looked forward to this more and more. Xianxia felt that being able to enter the Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest was definitely great natural luck. Regardless, he should be able to learn about a few secrets. The jade-colored sea was endless, stretching as far as the eye could see, as if it was a piece of beautiful jade itself, sparkling and brilliant. Waves of white mists even rose from the surface, immortal Tao energy pervading the air. Good place. Xianxia sighed in admiration. This was a cultivation holy land, better than cultivating in seclusion within any place in the 3,000 provinces, making one's mind feel at peace. They flew outwards along the way. Soon after, they saw stalk after stalk of purple bamboo that took root in the Jade Sea, every stalk extremely thick and lush. Xianxia was completely at a loss for words. Were these still bamboo? They were just too thick, all of them more like mountain peaks. The most important thing was that they all grew in the sea, their roots below the ocean floor, most of their bodies exposed above the ocean surface, standing tall and sturdy, the ocean waves that occasionally rose up unable to break their bodies. This was Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest? It was simply like something out of a fantasy. Xianxia had never seen this type of bamboo. Sparkling purple radiance stretched as far as the eye could see, every single stalk seeming like it was cast from purple gold, sparkling and translucent. Each segment of the bamboo was beautiful, leaves flowing with purple multicolored light. Truly a good place. Xianxia couldn't help but say. The Jade Sea stretched without end, purple enormous bamboo everywhere. The scene magnificent and beautiful. Rich spiritual essence wafted outwards, a sight others truly couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing. That's a dragon? Xianxia pointed at the ocean surface, his eyes widening greatly. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Great billows rose, jade waves surging as if an enormous hatchet hacked down, rising towards both sides. Water raged from within, forming a path into the water. There was a white dragon that rushed through the wind and waves, incredibly powerful, giant horns like trees. It carried sky-shocking draconic aura as it arrived. This isn't a dragon. It is White Flood Dragon Monarch, a step away from a complete transformation. However, he is still extremely strong. The young man with the radiant divine gold sword on his back explained. Really a good place. Xianxia said to himself. He even saw a creature that was a step away from becoming a dragon. This world definitely didn't lack true dragons. In reality, when he turned around, he was stunned again. It was because at his side was a phoenix girl, and there was even more so a snow-white little Qilin. Soon after, Xianxia and the others passed through the great purple bamboo forest, arriving in the depths of the southern sea, finally seeing land. This was a beautiful Dao earth with flowers and birds. The Jade Sea was all around them, as well as the enormous bamboo forest. At the center was an immortal island that floated in midair, white mists pervading the air, immortal energy rising, incredibly pure and holy. This might really be a true immortal's residence. Xianxia could only sigh in amazement towards all of this. The others revealed looks of surprise, expressing confusion. It was because in their eyes, this was an immortal's place of seclusion to begin with, his immortal dwelling. What was so special about it? Xianxia laughed awkwardly, inwardly mocking himself. He came from the 3,000 Dao provinces, so he had never seen long-life beings at all, immortals too far away from him. To see this type of bizarre scene here, he instinctively felt shocked, naturally finding it a bit hard to calm down. There were already many people who came to the island, with male and female, old and young, all of them peaceful without killing intent or disputes. They all carried smiles of satisfaction, currently discussing with each other. On the island, jade tables and chairs rested one after another, all types of fruits and fine wine arranged. They were all rarely seen things. White mist swirled about, reaching everyone's knees. Lotus flowers were in full bloom, rooted in the void. Regardless of whether it was their leaves or flowers, they were all golden, special, and extraordinary. A 5-colored divine deer carried a jade plate above its head, offering fruit to everyone. A white ape was moving about, pouring wine here for everyone. Regardless of how one looked at it, this was a distinguished meeting of true immortals, far from the clamoring of the mortal world. There was only a type of otherworldly aesthetic. This is how immortal cultivators should be. Xianxia sighed inwardly. He suddenly became a bit jealous of these people, envious of this place. He really wanted to take residence here for a long time and not leave. Suddenly, immortal multicolored light shone beautifully, auspicious light shining in tens of millions of streaks. Outside the southern sea, a purple-golden streak extended over from the distance, stretching from beyond the sea to this island. A middle-aged man who was hazy and indistinct appeared. His true appearance couldn't be made out, but there was a great dignity and awe to his appearance. He walked over on the great purple-golden path. Many people got up to greet him, calling out, "6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king has come." The young lady who carried the little Qilin was shocked, as if she never expected this person to come. "Is he well known?" Xianxia asked. "Are you a cultivator or not? Do you not even know about this immortal king?" The young lady rolled her eyes at him. Xianxia was speechless. He really didn't know. However, soon after, his eyes shot open. Above that immortal king was a magical artifact, or to be more precise, several broken pieces of a magical artifact, leaving him greatly shaken. Reincarnation disc. His mind couldn't help but tremble. When he was in the lower realm, he had already seen it. It was operated by that male surrounded by that mysterious flame, but that was just a corner of the reincarnation disc. Meanwhile, above this person's head were several pieces. Reincarnation disc. Was it refined by this person? It was obvious that Xianxia really was stupefied, staring blankly. The owner of the higher realm's supreme treasure was here, making him feel a bit dazzled, as if everything was too unreal. Those things, those chaotic supreme treasures, which one of them didn't have tremendous origins? All of them had shocking pasts, every single one of them an irreproducible legend. Today he saw the master himself. It was as if he was dreaming. 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king is still researching his own great Dao. His ideal is too great, unknown when it will truly be implemented. The Phoenix girl said softly, "He'll definitely be able to do it." 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king is a stunning and shocking figure, incredibly valiant. Since he said he was going to reincarnation, he will definitely succeed. The young lady who carried the white qilin blinked her large eyes, a look of adoration covering her face. Even the qilin child in her arms similar blinked its large eyes, its two forelimbs moving together, looking like it was bowing with hands in front of it, expressing its acknowledgement. 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king's talents are endless, not inferior to without end Great One. There should be a day when he succeeds. The young man with the radiant immortal gold sword on his back said. Sigh, the reincarnation disc he refined himself is already in pieces, broken through his research. I truly fear that he might be too reckless, throwing his own life away as well. Someone said quietly from the side, full of worry. When Shihao heard their conversation, his mind rose and fell violently. This was too shocking. Someone was researching reincarnation even though there was none in this world. Regardless, by coming here today, even if he didn't obtain anything, these inside details he learned about were already enough. Raging flames overflowed. The great sun in the heavenly dome fell with a loud rumbling sound, flying towards the southern sea purple bamboo forest. The radiance was too bright, the shining seawater starting to violently evaporate, about to dry up. You old thing, existing as long as the world, already living for such a long time, yet still naughty and mischievous like a child, playing these types of tricks. Someone in the purple bamboo forest said with a smile. Great laughter sounded from above. That golden sun turned into a golden crow, retracting all of the heat, flying over from the void, finally turning into a golden-robed elder. Look, now that you came, the sky has no one to watch over it, the world becoming dark, becoming night. Someone complained. No harm. This old golden crow pointed with his hand, and then golden light flew up towards the sky, producing a brilliant sun that illuminated all things once more. This was a world-shocking divine ability. A finger pointed out, creating a sun. This type of method made Shihao feel a bit stunned, unable to say anything anymore. A group of youngsters grouped up together, discussing natural laws and Tao. Shihao discovered with shock that he was a bit like a cultivation good-for-nothing, unable to understand what they were talking about. The system was different. Aside from those secret techniques that were occasionally mentioned, when the paths that had to be taken were discussed, it was incompatible with what he grasped. These individuals' cultivation required immortal seeds, merging them into their bodies, thus starting their road of cultivation. Dao brother, why aren't you saying anything? The youngster with the radiant immortal sword on his back asked. Shihao laughed bitterly, saying, My strength is meager. It is good just to be able to listen here. Now, he also finally understood why Willow Deity's method and Vicious Ten's methods were all precious techniques, difficult to leave the concrete cultivation path behind. It was because the cultivation of the world Shihao resided in was too different. Willow Deity and the others are comparatively better off, experiencing two great eras, long realizing a middle path, assimilating their methods into the world we live in, while these people's inheritances are too complex and difficult to understand. Shihao sighed. Without truly learning these people's methods, it was impossible for him to blend in, let alone effectively engaging in the discussion. Dao brother is too modest. I saw that you had immortal Dao energy, long achieving great cultivation. How can you speak like this? The young man with the radiant immortal gold sword on his back said, moreover sincerely asking for advice. Even though the identities of the people here were extraordinary, the most powerful elites of different clans, they were all amiable, with no arrogant individuals, let alone anyone looking down on another. Shihao sensed the different atmosphere. These people were all modest. This event purely an exchange of information and learning from each other. My path is a bit special, Shihao said. Hehe. Let's compete a bit. See who is stronger. The young lady carrying the little white qilin said. Good. Let's observe and learn from this. Exactly, a few great figures will discuss the Tao soon. We should use this time to exchange pointers. The two of yours should be careful not to overdo it, but it is best if we don't waste time either. The group of people were all expectant, urging them to take action. All right then, that young lady joyously agreed. Shihao thought for a bit, but didn't hesitate either. walking forward to exchange moves with her. The young lady tapped into the air, her fingers shining, a seed flying out, germinating in the void, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. Shurhao was shocked. The other party's enlightenment methods really were a bit different. Not a true plant seed, but a Tao seed, evolving and absorbing the strength of the void, then releasing great Tao energy. He released a streak of lightning, simple and direct. However, that young lady's Tao seed was quite special, directly blossoming, producing flowers and fruits, then becoming a pagoda body, releasing a vague ringing sound, scattering the lightning. Again, Shurhao was shocked. Just now, he didn't use too much force, so now he increased the strength a bit. When he took action again, large amounts of electrical arcs flew out, carrying stars one after another, formed from lightning, the power unordinary. Why do you attach so much importance to techniques, neglecting the great Tao's essence? That young lady was confused. She took action again, reaching out a finger again. An expanse of flowing light shot out, condensing into an immortal seed. Then it blossomed there again, producing fruits. It was like a plant, producing a bell-shaped fruit. Dang! The bell released a long and drawn-out ringing sound. Time became unstable around it, directly interfering with the lightning, guiding it into these streams of chaotic time. Shurhao was extremely shocked. He finally understood what that young lady meant. The other party didn't attack from a method perspective, but rather directly moved the great Tao. Was this immortal ancient system? From the most fundamental Tao, lacking changes, simple and direct. Meanwhile, in this era, normally everything always began from techniques and then traced back to the roots, ultimately touching upon the great Tao. But the path was entirely different, the power of precious techniques enormous and boundless. The so-called precious techniques were the Tao derived to the limit, changing the Tao for one's own use, a re-emergence, a type of transformation. Meanwhile, Immortal Ancient's path was to directly take action from the great Tao, the power strong, but lacking a few changes. Of course, this was what he discovered through forcefully comparing the differences. In reality, these were two different systems with many differences. There was no way Shurhao could understand that much in such a short amount of time. Interesting, Tao brother, the Tao methods you use are actually formed from this type of strange patterns, different from the Tao symbols we use, quite enlightening. May I ask you for more guidance? Someone on the side spoke up, the young man with the radiant immortal gold sword on his back stepping forward, unable to stop himself from exchanging pointers with Shurhao. Your symbols are all quite special. I feel like it is the foundational symbols carved from heaven and earth, not special methods that can't be leaked out, right? Shurhao asked. And that's right, one needs an immortal seed inheritance. Could it be that Tao brothers' natural laws are different? Then, the young man who held the radiant immortal gold sword exchanged pointers with Shurhao, both sides' Tao laws clashing. It was quite peaceful without life and death dangers, all done with propriety. You cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy? The Phoenix girl was shocked. 3 strands of immortal energy. This triggered the shock of everyone present. In all of the peers they knew, creatures with this level of accomplishment were exceedingly rare. However, even though Shurhao cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, it still didn't create enormous waves. It was because there were also others like this here. This was the first time Shurhao felt that the people here were extraordinary, too powerful. Moreover, he felt that the Phoenix girl was also unordinary, as if she also cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. The two of them exchanged pointers. Shurhao could vaguely pry into the heavenly Phoenix precious techniques, profound mysteries from the simple and ancient Tao symbols of her immortal seed, leaving him greatly shocked. Then, Shurhao confirmed that the Phoenix girl cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, his intuition not wrong. You also have 3 strands of immortal energy? Shurhao asked. I previously found a fragment of nascent cosmos, refining it into my body, turning it into my immortal seed, so cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy was naturally not an issue. However, you are quite surprising. I am unable to see through you, the Phoenix girl said. When Shurhao heard this, he was greatly shaken. He thought back to some matters in Immortal Ancient, The little immortal king, the white tortoise carrying Immortal, had mentioned in Immortal Medicine Garden. In fact, when Xianxia cultivated there in seclusion, he also saw little immortal king's cultivation process. As long as one cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, the 3rd strand of immortal energy would succeed through lightning tribulation. At that time, the path little immortal king walked was the same as Xianxia, the most difficult path, the one that left one in despair, failing at the last moment. During that process, little immortal king had mentioned that there were those who used the world tree as immortal seeds, using nascent cosmos as immortal seeds, all of them cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. Now, Xianxia unexpectedly saw a living example, this phoenix girl, someone who refined a part of the cosmos in its embryonic state, seeing it with his own eyes. Is this the one little immortal king spoke of? Or is it someone else who treaded on the same path? Xianxia was a bit confused. The atmosphere that followed was extremely friendly. Xianxia exchanged pointers with them, competed, chatted about different topics. Only their systems were different, so it was difficult to truly understand the other party's profound mysteries. However, verifying and confirming things like this was still quite eye-opening. It was clear that this was a joyous time. There were so many experts and people here, yet it was extremely peaceful, no disputes, only discussion. Xianxia conversed with them, all of them finding each other pleasant to talk to, their interactions cheerful. Why aren't the great figures giving a lecture yet? Someone suddenly realized. Haha, we saw how you all were in high spirits, discussing in such a harmonious manner, so we gave you all a bit more time to interact with each other. Feel free to continue the exchange, an elder in the distance said while laughing. Then, an elder told them that they could discuss the Tao as much as they wished, no need to worry about the issue of time. It was because several great figures were also pondering over some profound mysteries, quite engrossed in their discussions, needing time. Just like that, Xianxia took up residence in the southern sea purple bamboo forest. A larger half of a month passed just like that. During this period of time, he became friends with many people, discussing many things joyously. How come the great ones still haven't come? Some of them asked. The great figures are discussing the great issue of time and reincarnation. Without end, great one feels that he has peered into the river of history, seeing a corner of the future, his path still not complete. End? Isn't his perfect Tao still needing the beginning? Meanwhile, 6 Tao Reincarnation's immortal king is trying to deduce the feasibility of reincarnation in this world. This information was, without a doubt, shocking. End is not a complete Tao needing the beginning. Could it be that without end great one is going to change your name? Haha. The atmosphere here was clearly good, even the younger generation daring to joke around with those great figures. Time passed by in a flash, several months now passed. Xianxia's benefits were tremendous. He became good friends with some of them, for example, the Phoenix girl, the young man with the immortal sword on his back, as well as the young lady who carried the little Qilin, and others. If he left like this, he felt a bit reluctant. Tao brother, if we separate like this, with endless years passing between us, would you still remember us? The young man who carried the immortal gold sword spoke, carrying melancholy. Right? Perhaps this will be our final meeting, thus forever unable to reunite. It truly is a bit regretful. The Phoenix girl mumbled, 3 strands of immortal Tao energy swirling around her. Woo. It truly makes one feel sorrow that we have to leave. The young lady who carried the little white Qilin sobbed. Xianxia was shaken. What was going on? You all know that I don't belong here? Or is it to say, you all don't belong here? Xianxia blurted out, not wishing to hide anything anymore. These people were all heroes, all supreme being heavenly talents. But Xianxia felt as if they were a bit distant, as if they would disappear at any time. You all. He couldn't help but cry out. It truly is sad. The Phoenix girl, young man, and young lady all sighed. The others walked over as well, patting Xianxia's shoulder. What exactly is going on? Can you all tell me? Xianxia asked with a loud voice. These people before him looked close, but were actually extremely far. Now that they had been with each other for several months, it was difficult for them to abandon each other. Hao felt a wave of uncomfortable feeling, a type of sore feeling. He felt like they were going to separate, depart from each other, moreover an eternal parting. He would never be able to meet these people in this life, this world again. What was going on? He didn't know why. This was a wondrous immortal dwelling, right? Were these people real, or did he dream of returning to immortal ancient, an accidental encounter? Goodbye. Perhaps someday in the future, one of us would still be able to reunite with you in this roiling world of mortals. Even though this thought is rather ridiculous, there is always a trace of hope in the endless years, so who can say for sure? The young man with the radiant immortal gold sword said. He looked seriously at Hao, and then he turned around, walking towards the depths of the island, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. We are also young supreme beings, not weaker than anyone. What a pity we cannot truly reappear. We will scatter with the wind, watching your battles and brilliance from this world's dust. Another person walked over, giving Hao his farewells. Live properly, work hard, don't let yourself fall in battle early. The Phoenix girl walked over as well, carrying a smile as well as reluctance, her eyes carrying a bit of tears. I feel so terrible. We really have to go, cannot meet again. The young lady who carried the little white Qilin said softly, extremely emotional. Hao was stupefied. The ones before his eyes were all living people. After associating with them for several months, they already developed close relationships, sharing feelings. Were they really never going to meet again? What exactly was going on? He was a bit stunned, not understanding the situation. Please tell me, why is this? Hao grabbed the Phoenix girl's arm and chased after her, grabbing the young man who carried the radiant immortal gold sword, and then looked at that young lady. Look, they're here. The young man who carried the radiant immortal gold sword on his back pointed into the distant sky. There was a giant sinister eye that was larger than a mountain peak, opening in the void. In that direction, enormous bony outgrowths grew, hacking down from the heavens. There was gray mist there, surging over from the cosmos. In that instant, this peaceful and auspicious pure land was corrupted, becoming a deathly gray. Immediately afterwards, shouts of war shook the skies. A blood-colored scale descended, piercing through heaven and earth. With a pu sound, several young supreme beings were struck through, making them roar with anger. Magical force surged, yet they couldn't resist a single strike. Kacha! A black vine grass descended from the void, crushing mountains and rivers. Southern sea purple bamboo forest split apart, the jade sea rising. Several young supreme beings did everything they could to resist, but they were still destroyed. Hao was quite close to some of them, exchanging pointers with them in these past few months, comparing and verifying with each other. They already shared deep feelings, yet they died just like that in the end. Hao released a great roar, frantically attacking the skies. He was taking action, wishing to stop everything, wishing to redeem something. Hurry and take action. Hurry and stop it. Hao roared with anger. He looked towards the great figures in the immortal manor, turning his head there. However, immediately afterwards, his heart went cold. 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king had long used the reincarnation disc to fight intensely against a mysterious expert, as if a reincarnation of the world was taking place there, scenes overlaying on top of each other one after the other. In addition, without end Great One was also taking action. The great bell sound long and drawn out, breaking the river of time, interfering with the flow of time, making that place blurry. Wherever the bell waves passed, all living things were killed. However, there were still terrifying enemies that rushed over, not just one or two. They fought against him, blasting that great bell, making it tremble violently, continuously release ringing sounds. What was going on? Why did this type of battle suddenly happen? Hao was confused, and he discovered that the attacks he released were useless, unable to change anything. He was like an outsider traveling between all different types of scenes. The scene was incredibly realistic, angry roars ringing until his ears were in pain. The tragic massacre made his blood surge, his mouth roaring endlessly. However, he was completely helpless, as if he was incompatible with this world, as if he was peeled away from that world. Pooh! Not far out, the young lady who carried the little white Qilin was surrounded by a strand of gray mist. A scarlet pair of eyes lit up inside, attacking her viciously. Bloody light splashed outwards. Shao's eyes were completely red. Even though this young lady was a bit mischievous and lively, she was extremely good and honest. She suffered a disaster just like that. He took action furiously, attacking viciously, but it didn't do anything, as if he was unrelated. Do you see? This is our conclusion. Goodbye, we might never meet again. When the gray mist scattered, that young lady's eyes lost spirit, her arms powerless. The little white Qilin she held whimpered, falling onto the ground. Why, tell me? Shao's eyes were completely red, hot tears falling, staring at her. Looking at all of these people he was now familiar with. Also, you could see our situation, immortal ancients' cruelty. You have to prepare yourself. In the future, you will definitely fight them. The young lady spat out bits of blood from her mouth, speaking with difficulty. You all. Shao's eyes went red, battle intent surging. He stared at the battlefield. It was just too bitter and miserable. The pure and holy immortal residence was dyed red in blood so quickly. We are unwilling to leave things like this too, someone sighed softly. This came from the mouth of a young supreme being, one of the few individuals with 3 strands of immortal energy. However, he still died in the end, killed here. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The young man who carried the radiant immortal gold sword laughed loudly, his eyes carrying tears. The divine sword was already in his hand, intensely fighting, completely distressed as he said, Immortal ancient great era is going to end. We really can't accept this. We haven't even grown up yet, unable to fight the intense battle with our seniors. You can see this for yourself. Are you still unconvinced? The Phoenix girl was downcast. She looked at Xiao, the 5-colored battle clothes on her body shining. 3 strands of immortal energy swirled about, doing everything she could to attack and resist the intruders. I have seen it. Is it because of the senior's power that created this miracle, allowing me to see this scene through endless time? Xiao gazed towards 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king, without end great one, understanding a bit. Correct. The Phoenix girl nodded. One of them touched upon reincarnation, while the other severed the flow of time. For things to end like this, they truly would find it hard to accept. No matter what, they had to leave later generations with some clues. That young lady released the little white Qilin, weakly speaking a few final sentences, and then ultimately falling, no longer releasing any life aura. This was an immortal dwelling in Immortal Ancient, as well as an extremely well-known battlefield. Back then, without end and 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king used their power to pierce through endless years, blasting through the heavens to peer into the future, reflecting Immortal Ancient's past. The past was reflected, but I can converse with you all. Xiao felt broken-hearted, still not understanding. He looked at these people who were dying one after another, all of them he had only just gotten to know. A few great figures with magical force that transcended past and present, cultivations impossible to appraise, built a small space, taking action in the past, dragging you in to personally see things. What? Xiao was shocked. This type of methods was impossible to imagine. Taking action from the past, dragging a present world person to Immortal Ancient Great Era? Whether it is real or fake, it can't change anything. You are only a witness who just happened to step foot in these remains. Perhaps you saw many imprints, perhaps you truly arrived in our world, or maybe you are talking to us from endless time away. These were all things made possible through those great figures' methods. The Phoenix girl said, carrying a mournful expression. It was because her companions were becoming fewer and fewer, almost all falling. Xiao was stunned. What kind of methods were these? Had he stepped foot into a soul realm, speaking with remnant souls? Or was he pulled into Immortal Ancient Great Era's final days through magical force, witnessing scenes after scenes as a bystander? He couldn't tell if this was true or false, because when he previously exchanged pointers with the people here, he could feel that they were quite real, with not even his heavenly eyes seeing anything unusual. Once one's cultivation reached a certain point, could they truly affect the future? Xianxia didn't know. He was shaken up inwardly. At the same time, he also felt endless pain, watching as those he had gotten close to in these past few months fell one after another. He felt great pain inside. Even though he knew that they had long gone out of existence, falling during Immortal Ancient's final days, he still couldn't help but feel grief. It was because he had previously interacted with them, chatted and shared experiences. Many of them had already become his friends. This place was originally extremely peaceful, auspicious, the atmosphere joyous, but in the blink of an eye, there was this type of goodbyes, everything coming to an end. As he watched those people fall into pools of blood one after another, killed in battle, Xianxia wanted to roar in grief, wished to go crazy. He tightly clenched his fists, eyes entirely red, carrying tears. He couldn't change anything, could only watch. Was this to allow him to understand the cruelty of the world a step earlier? How the future was going to be, how his present world friends were going to end up. Were they going to be killed in battle one after another? Even though they weren't people from the same world, Xianxia still felt sore, heart aching. Watching these people die felt as if he was watching his friends in this era be killed in battle. Correct, even though he had only met them for a few months. Even though this was all created by those great figures through sky-connecting magical force and cultivation, twisting the heaven and earth's regulations, it still was that realistic. We are parting here, Immortal Ancient. Goodbye, my friends. Xianxia watched as they fell down one after another, blood dyeing the battlefield, hot tears pouring down from his eyes. Even though they were separated by endless years, he still felt as if lost a part of his soul in that great era. Accompanying them, buried along with them all. I was brought here to be with you all, taking care of each other. A part of my mind will remain here. This dream back to Immortal Ancient will stay and watch over Immortal Ancient. Xianxia muttered, hot tears rolling down his cheeks. Us great ones are not as strong as we wished we were. Someone said softly, feeling incredibly downcast. In the distance, the great bell grew dim, the reassembled Reincarnation disc also splitting apart. Did you only bring me alone here? Xianxia asked. The Phoenix girl was pierced by a blood feather, falling onto her back, weakly saying, there are others. The great ones are searching for hope. Unknown how many people return to this world as a dream. However, the great ones are about to fade away. We can never meet again. The young man holding the radiant immortal gold sword was disappointed. His body began to break apart. He gave Xianxia a look, and then he completely withered away, blood splashing more than 10 feet into the air. When one's cultivation is powerful enough, it can affect the future. Then if I am strong enough, will I be able to create reincarnation to affect the past? Xianxia raised his head into the sky and roared. He watched as the Phoenix girl fell, watched as the young man holding the radiant immortal gold sword turned into a pool of blood and bone, watched as the sky turned a blood color, watched as the distant great bell became broken. He watched as the people he became close to in this world died. A great roar of despair sounded from his mouth. Not belonging to the present, not belonging to the past, a dream back to Immortal Ancient. Immortal Ancient friends. I hope the day comes when we can meet again. He howled in sadness. Wind blew over, purple bamboo swaying about. These were ruins, the earth scorched black, as if it had experienced thunder and flames, soaked in blood. Xianxia stood here without moving, his expression blank, but tears flowing down, still not having dried up. I actually cried, he said softly, rubbing the tears from his face, the tears still a bit warm. The people he met from that era all disappeared. The bamboo forest was there, but the Jade Sea had long dried up. Was this the southern sea purple bamboo forest from the past? Now, there was only an expanse of ordinary purple bamboo. They weren't tall, nor were they thick, completely different from the immortal ancient dream Xianxia experienced. Was it a dream? But it felt so real. Xianxia felt his heart aching, the scene still playing before his eyes. Those friends he became well acquainted with collapsed into pools of blood one after another. This bloody scene was like a dream, yet why did he feel such pain? He saw with his own eyes as those friends he had talked with for several months collapsed. This type of feeling depressing and difficult to bear. Xianxia couldn't hold back his urge to roar. Then, he quickly wiped off the tears from his face. The road ahead still had to be taken. His head now suddenly raised again. Some things have already been said in that world, in that great era, in that dream. What could he do now? Only become stronger. Transcend. Xianxia calmly thought to himself here, and then he walked around this place, paying his final respects to this place. Dang. He used the heavenly eyes, seeing a piece of ruined steel. Even after all this time, it still didn't completely corrode, and there was still a sparkling white radiance flickering about. Xianxia's pupils rapidly contracted, his eyes turning into two torches, blazing and penetrating. Radiant immortal gold. Now, only a piece was left that was less than 3 inches long. The bit of immortal gold that was mixed in not having corroded, still having a bit of white light swirling about it. Xianxia's breathing was hurried. He caressed this broken sword, feeling a muffled pressure. He felt a wave of melancholy inside, truly wishing to spit out and scatter the clouds in the 9 heavens. That wasn't just a dream, it was real. This place really was Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. There was a gathering of young supreme beings here in that world, and he had previously witnessed it. Xianxia's heavenly eyes were intimidating. He also obtained a few more discoveries, unearthing a few ruined bones. In that instant, his hot blood immediately surged, his body shaking greatly. It was a strange bone that flickered with 5-colored luster. Even though it had already grown dim, it still carried a familiar aura. It belonged to that Phoenix girl. He had previously exchanged pointers and chatted with her. That type of feeling couldn't be mistaken. This was undoubtedly a bloody tragedy. Xianxia was trembling slightly. Everything was real. He dug out 2 graves here, burying the ruined sword, burying the phoenix bone, and then silently offered his prayers. He then suddenly turned around, walking out with large steps. Dream back to immortal ancient, Xianxia said softly. He wanted to laugh, yet tears flowed out. Those friends, even though they were separated by endless years, were all buried here. Frustration, disappointment, sadness, grief. Along the way, Xianxia remained silent. Even if he was tens of thousands of li away from that place, his heart still felt extremely uncomfortable. Why did he have this type of experience? They were clearly separated by a great era, endless years between them, yet he still got to know a group of friends. However, it was extremely cruel. He could only watch as they died, their blood dyeing the great earth red. This was something that would continue to gnaw at his mind. Xianxia's chest rose and fell greatly. He confirmed that not much time had passed in the outside world, yet he stayed in that world for a long time. Have to leave, the road ahead is still long. I want to see what kind of background those enemies have. What is so special about them? Xianxia said. A dream back to immortal ancient. He saw the miserableness of the Great War, yet was unable to truly fight against the enemy. It was because that gray mist descended from outer space, down from the cosmos, blocking out everything. I actually became friends with a group of people, yet could only watch them die. Several days passed. Xianxia was already far away from that place, yet his heart couldn't calm down. Whenever he thought back to it, he would always feel a burning pain, his eyes turning sore. However, he wasn't an indecisive person soon after adjusting his mood. Even if a group of friends had just died, he still quickly recovered his mental state. Immersing oneself too heavily in this matter wouldn't bring any benefits. It couldn't change anything. What he had to do was quickly rise up and become stronger. One day he would encounter that group of enemies. When that time truly came, it would be his turn to take action and fight. When that time came, it would also be the time for him to get revenge for his friends. That day, when Xianxia hurried ahead, above a rotting stone mountain, a tattered beast skin shone, releasing endless golden needles. They were too fast, exceeding his imagination. Pooh! In the surroundings, a group of large mountains were blasted full of holes before collapsing. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat, because those so-called golden needles were all beast skin hair, more formidable than any secret treasure. They were just too terrifying. What kind of weapon was this? Xianxia shivered inwardly. This all happened too abruptly. If he was just a step late just now, he would have been pierced. He was positive that not even a group of heavenly deities could block this attack. They would instead be blasted into sieves. It was to the extent where he felt that not even sect masters could face it head-on. Meanwhile, the source of the danger was just a piece of beast skin on a tattered rock. It was dull and lightless, as if it had been ravaged by wind and rain, the fur about to completely fall off. Just now, he just happened to be here when it erupted. Xianxia was stunned. That beast's skin was too ordinary looking, as if a common beast left it behind, not having anything unique about it. A great gust of wind blew over, moving that beast's skin, causing it to fly out. Was this how it was blown here? What a coincidence! This left him stunned. When it was flying through the air, there was beast fur that came off, turning into golden needles. They tore through everything in an unstoppable manner, making one's mind tremble. The great earth, mountain peaks, void, heavenly dome, were all cracking apart from its fur. It was just this terrifying. Xianxia was stupefied, quickly moving out of the way, not being injured by the beast fur that descended, let alone wishing to touch that beast skin. The power of this thing was too great. Right now, he finally understood that there were too many things that couldn't be understood in the vast uninhabited region depths. For example, this piece of tattered beast skin alone had world-shaking power. Just what kind of creature did this come off of? If it was used like a weapon, it would truly be terrifying. Soon after, he realized that this was most likely a piece of skin that came off an unmatched figure. If he thought about it carefully, a great battle had previously happened here during Immortal Ancient Great Era, so it might even be an ancient artifact from the past. This proved even further that it was precious and powerful. Xianxia wanted to subdue that beast's skin, but after several attempts, he discovered that he couldn't obtain it at all. That crazy wind swept it into the mountain forest depths. In fact, Xianxia even began to suspect that the crazy wind was actually the result of the beast skin's divine might. As Xianxia approached, he became convinced that it wasn't mountain wind, but rather the beast skin itself that produced the great wind, moving itself in flight. After understanding these circumstances, he decisively withdrew, not following it, his body breaking out in cold sweat. How dangerous! If he truly ended up facing it, he would undoubtedly die. He now understood a bit why those old sect masters died in this region. Just following these sinister items would already be enough to cause their deaths. This beast's skin was too powerful, its power impossible to surmise. Just how powerful was the body of the creature that it came from? Perhaps an immortal king, right? Xianxia carried a mind full of worries as he continued forward. When he passed by a hilly region, he stopped. This place was quite unique. Then, his fine hairs all stood on end. He frantically sped along. It was because those hills could move, all of them ancient tombs dripping with dark red blood. Moreover, these ancient tombs surged over, drowning Xianxia beneath, wishing to suppress and devour him. It was strange after all. The string of events made him feel the dangers of this forbidden region more and more. When he turned around again, he discovered that here were several thousand skeletal remains laying across the ground. It was because after the ancient tomb moved, the skeletal remains that were revealed all belonged to the 3,000 provinces' young talents. So many people died here unable to survive. Xianxia felt more and more that this boundless restricted region had too many dangers. He had to stay vigilant at all times. The slightest carelessness would result in eternal damnation. Ever since he set out from Shang province until now, a month had already passed, yet he still never saw the so-called ancient city. A lightning struck a divine tree. Xianxia was shocked. Along the way, he saw a divine tree that, even though it was struck by lightning, entirely scorched black, it still towered without falling. Moreover, there was vague light flickering about on the tree trunk. This was already a heavenly treasure, exceptional material for refining lightning Dao precious artifacts. However, when Xianxia approached, His mind was suddenly startled. He quickly ran, not daring to approach. Soon after, he tried to activate a magical artifact to make contact with that ancient tree. Hong! The void within a range of 100 li exploded. As for the great earth, there was even less of a need to talk about it, completely collapsing. That area became an enormous black abyss, even the heavenly dome falling to ruin. What kind of blasted tree is this? What kind of lightning does it contain? Hao was stupefied. At the same time, he felt a chill run down from head to toe. That was power that could kill sect masters. Hao carried cold intent, quickly leaving, continuing on his way. 2 months later, he encountered a group of troops, every single one of them dressed in metal clothes, their appearances lofty and silent. They were clearly veteran experts. These people rode vicious beasts, mounted vicious birds, all of them powerful, possessing a wave of valiant aura. The weakest were at the true deity realm, among them no lack of heavenly deities. "Who are you?" Someone from the other side shouted. "I am a seeker of the Tao, also an explorer headed to the Forbidden Region's ancient city." Hao replied. He was also quite curious where these people came from. Could it be that he wasn't far from that ancient city? "You came searching for the ancient city? Entered the great wilderness alone? Heading here from the 3,000 provinces?" Someone asked in shock. "Yes, I am a seeker of the Tao. This path is part of my personal refinement through flames." Hao replied with a smile. "Wu, the ancient city you speak of is not far. We come precisely from there, in charge of investigating the surrounding situation." One of them said. Then these mounts moved forward. Chi! Suddenly, the one in the lead took action, directly activating a secret treasure to suppress Hao. At the same time, dazzling radiance rushed into the heavens, illuminating this heaven and earth. Someone issued a signal to request assistance. "Kill!" Since the other party wished to kill him, Hao naturally wouldn't act polite. When he raised his hand, sword radiance flew out like rainbows, shooting in all directions. As a result, several of them lost their lives in that instant. However, like death knights not fearing death, the ones who survived rushed over to attack again. "What kind of background do you all really have?" Hao asked. At the same time, he sensed a strange aura. "Pooh!" Hao didn't hesitate, killing the remaining people. At this time, he encountered a group of black-clothed individuals riding on blood-colored ancient beasts, pouring over like a flood. Every single person here was unexpectedly at the heavenly deity realm. "Kill him!" Someone pointed at Hao. Hao didn't understand. Wasn't this place not that far from the ancient city? Why did these people take action to deal with him? Their strength was great, aura cold, clearly crawled out from a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. This was a group of men, every single one of them unordinary, not people who grew stronger through seclusion and cultivation, but rather powerful individuals who crawled out from the battlefields and piles of corpses. When these types of people reached the heavenly deity realm, the results were extremely terrifying. They possessed experience far greater than that of ordinary people, their fighting strength more terrifying. It was because they were terrifying experts sharpened through death. Normal heavenly deities were already high above others, representing great power, while this group of individuals were like wolves, death gods among heavenly deities, even more horrifying. However, Hao wasn't an ordinary person either. He had experienced too much, the number of enemies he had faced even more so innumerable, the number of heavenly deities he killed himself not a small amount. He didn't hesitate. Over 100 willow branches rushed out from behind him, every single one of them sparkling, releasing golden light, quickly rushing outwards. In addition, his right hand held the everlasting immortal sword, hacking outwards. If they were truly going to fight, then his battlefield experience wasn't inferior to anyone. The number of heavenly deities he killed wouldn't be much less than the ones before him. Ao? Those people rushed over, not stopping because of his actions, instead displaying even more might. They stirred on their mounts, releasing a heavy blow. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair rode on a blood-horned beast, his eyes flickering with scarlet radiance. in his hand a great blood-colored halberd that hacked downwards. He was the leader of this group. There were a few others at his side, their mounts all like small mountains, every single one of them flickering with crimson radiance, carrying unruliness and a type of bloodiness. They all displayed secret methods to kill the youth before them. Hong! Over 100 willow branches danced about, releasing brilliant golden light, stopping the group of people. Astonishing fluctuations erupted. Power at the heavenly deity level definitely wasn't just hot air. Battles at this level were enough to make the entire Great Earth cave in and completely collapse, destroying this expanse of mountain range and even the ancient forests further out. However, there were many historical remains here, ancient formations left behind, not that easy to destroy. Sure enough, mysterious formations erupted from the Great Arath, immediately fixing the mountain ridges and others in place, protecting this place. Shurhao was shocked. It wasn't this great era's bone texts, but rather mysterious Tao symbols that belonged to the last great era. Kacha! In the interweaving lightning, under the clash of precious techniques, the over 100 golden branches wrapped around those secret treasures attacking him, stopping them in midair. Meanwhile, Shurhao was like a vicious tiger, his entire body erupting with golden patterns, illuminating this piece of the void. He rushed over while holding the everlasting immortal sword, facing the leader alone. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions. That blood-colored great halberd was struck by the sword core until there were nicks everywhere, as if it was going to break. It bounced out, producing a cut between that heavenly deity's fingers, causing blood to flow out. Both sides were shocked. Shurhao looked at that great halberd, greatly surprised that it didn't break. One had to understand that the weapon in his hand was unstoppable, forged from many types of immortal gold. Soon after, he understood. The other party's weapon was special, containing sect master-level symbols, previously refined by a great figure. It was a half-sect master-level weapon. Chi! That leader was even more shocked than Shurhao, but he didn't waste time. His battle experience was abundant. The instant the great halberd was blasted up, he brandished his arm, the scarlet halberd blade hacking down diagonally. The bone texts appeared layer after layer, drowning Shurhao underneath. Shurhao moved the sword, operating reincarnation symbols. This was his own supreme being precious technique, now displayed through this sword. Dang! The everlasting immortal sword clashed with the blood-colored great halberd, leaving behind several cuts on its surface again. When bone text spread out, it attacked all directions surrounding that leader. However, that great halberd really wasn't ordinary. Sect master symbols rushed out, weakening the reincarnation force. However, despite this being the case, that male's hair became white, aging considerably. His vital energy immediately declined, falling from the peak state of his life. Chi! Shurhao raised the sword again, slashing outwards, reincarnation symbols surging. Dang! This male opened his mouth, activating a talisman that was grayish dark, not looking that special. However, when the sword core descended, it exploded, bursting like a black sun, destroying this place, throwing everything into chaos. Shurhao's chi and blood surged. Apart from Ning Chuan and a few others, this was the first time he was pushed back this greatly when facing heavenly deity level strength. He wasn't able to immediately cut down the other party. Chong! A sword cry sounded. Shurhao went against the power of this explosion, the sword core shooting straight out, aimed at the space between the other party's brows. Dang! The halberd stopped it, blocking in front. It finally couldn't hold on, half of it removed by the sword. Then, Shurhao rose up, the long sword sweeping outwards. Bone text surged, radiance dazzling like comets flying through the sky, too glorious, blinding to the point where people couldn't open their eyes. On the side, the others shouted, taking action together. However, over 100 golden branches shone resplendently, forming a web, surrounding this place, imprisoning this area, the others unable to approach. Dang! This person threw out the broken halberd, colliding with the sword core. In addition, he spat out a streak of blinding light, the innate spiritual essence he condensed from his cultivation. The sword core was stopped, blocked by a wave of formless power. That person withdrew in the air. Even though he was a battle-hardened veteran, he still wouldn't rashly throw his own life away. Since he was able to live, he naturally wanted to retreat. Qi, however, sure how pressed forward ferociously, not willing to let him go. He hacked apart that streak of light, forcefully breaking through, and then he ferociously brandished the sword core. Pooh! The sound of blood flying through the air could be heard. An arrow of blood shot out from that leader's mouth, body in flames. He wanted to protect his primordial spirit. Qi. Unfortunately, a streak of sword energy swept across. His head flew, and then the void exploded, his primordial spirit unable to escape. Those on the side were all stunned, never expecting this youngster to be this formidable. They had secret treasures that allowed them to sense his age, cultivation realm, and other things. This youngster was only around 20 years of age, shouldn't have reached the heavenly deity realm, yet possessed such terrifying combat strength, killing their leader. These changes happened too quickly, the results exceeding everyone's expectations. In reality, Hao was quite shocked as well. After experiencing holy sacrifice, his strength became comparable to that of a heavenly deity. Together with the fact that he had experienced lightning tribulation, had 3 strands of immortal energy, and other things, his power should be far greater than this cultivation realm. It was just like the foreign cultivator Lin Tian, able to kill the heavenly deities of hundreds of provinces, few people able to take even 10 blows from him. Hao naturally also had this strength. Only, he never expected this person to be this strong, continuously blocking his vicious attacks. Quite strong, he said seriously. He had only just entered the Forbidden Region depths, yet he already encountered an army with such astonishing murderous energy and domineeringness. It left him shocked. However, in the ears of others it sounded like mockery. This was just a youngster around 20 years of age, yet he killed their leader so quickly, it truly left them speechless. Kill! One of them roared. They activated a brightly colored stone together, quickly arranging formations, wishing to kill Hao here. One had to bear in mind that this was a group of heavenly deities. The formation they arranged together no small matter. Only, how could Hao just sit and wait for death? In that instant, Kuan-Peng wings appeared, rising to the extreme. Then, he used his own various types of precious techniques, unleashing a bloody massacre here. Who exactly are you all? Why have you decided to kill me after learning that I came from the 3,000 provinces? There is no grudge between us. I only wish to find that ancient city, never provoking you all. So why do you harm me? Hao continuously asked questions. He didn't know how he offended these people. However, these people didn't speak a word, only attacking. Pooh! One person was hacked in half, blood flying everywhere, his mount killed along with him. Pooh! The other person's head flew up, falling several dozen zhang out. Hao unleashed a great slaughter here. Since others wanted to deal with him, wanting to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. These people were vicious and ruthless, but they were also killed one after another until they became scared, starting to run. However, Hao was determined to keep them here. He split into 6 or 7 spiritual bodies to chase after them, suppressing them. In the end, not a single person escaped, all of them intercepted. Why? Hao asked. However, unusual things happened to all of these people. Their eyes became blood red, as if they were going mad. They roared frantically, shouting that they didn't fear death. Hao saw that these people's eyes were too strange, a bit similar to the eyes he saw in the hazy mist within that immortal ancient dream. Hao's rage immediately surged. The fall and sadness of his friends he experienced not long ago caused the killing intent he felt inside to erupt. He forcefully endured his rage, catching one of them, wishing to explore his primordial spirit. As a result, that person directly died, his primordial spirit igniting, thus exploding, almost injuring him. Hao didn't show mercy. The long sword moved out. Even though these people were crazy, their eyes red as they attacked frantically, They were still killed one after another, not a single one able to escape. Close, I'm not far from them. Sure how gritted his teeth, feeling that he wasn't that far from his enemies. He couldn't forget the scene of immortal ancients' heroes falling. Whenever he thought of it, his heart would always ache with pain. Am I close to the desolate border? The infiltration of the enemy has succeeded, Sure how said to himself. Moreover, at this time he broke out into a cold shiver. Could it be that the desolate border had been broken, those people passing through? He thought back to the battle that happened not too long ago. He had previously fought a bloody battle against that eyeball, barely killing it. That eyeball had said that their great army was definitely going to cross over, and it was going to happen soon. Sure how was stunned by his own thoughts. Was the desolate border broken? Could it be that the flames of war, the chaos was going to start here? If that was the case, then that would definitely be a huge disaster. Troubled times were coming. Sure how felt his body break out in a cold shiver. He still hadn't made his preparations yet, not reaching the peak. If he encountered those creatures just like that, would he be just like Phoenix Girl and the others, carrying unwillingness as they were killed before they matured? He was unwilling to accept this. The dream back to Immortal Ancient was still fresh in his memory. He wanted to get revenge for those friends, and not be killed as well. Sure how remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. He didn't turn around to run, instead turning into a strand of smoke, speeding alone. He was going to take a look to see what exactly was in the Forbidden Region's depths, what exactly had happened. Several days later, Sure how had walked who knew just how many tens of thousands of li. He traveled through countless mountains and rivers, finally entering a strange land. Even from far away, he could see an enormous castle from the horizon. It was grand and majestic, imposing and vast, as if an imperial capital rested there. I've arrived. Finally found it. Sure how's expression was grave. He wanted to see what there was there, what kind of unforeseen events happened. A city. This was a field. Even though there were ancient trees, they were extremely sparse. The earth was dry and hard, without mountain peaks separating them, and that was likely why a city was constructed here, appearing more powerful and imposing. Sure how was stunned. He found it just like that? Was this the place of the archaic contract of alliance? It was so solemn and respectful, grand, exuding a type of unmatched great aura. Did reaching here mean that he was approaching the desolate border? Or was this to say that this was the outermost region? Sure how's heart rose and fell greatly, his expression complex. From the last great era until now, this region had probably remained a land of conflict, right? It was definitely frightening. Throughout the long river of history, there were definitely many exceptional heroes who roamed about this place, with quite a few of them buried here. Those inspiring and tragic past events were worth reminiscing about. These were things that perhaps happened too long ago, but they were inextricably linked to the present because those enemies were still there. To be more precise, their descendants were still in this world. It was to the extent where the original enemies were also still alive. And they were going to come over precisely through the desolate border. Sure how wanted to know what kind of people these were, or to be more precise, what kind of creatures they were. It was because he wasn't sure they were people, even if there might be large amounts of humanoid beings. Even though he experienced that immortal ancient dream, he saw too little. Those creatures were covered in gray mists, only claws and scales occasionally appearing, humanoid figures hurriedly flashing past. I have to get closer to this city and get to the bottom of this. On the plains, ancient trees were sparse, but all of them were tall, every single stalk several hundred zhang tall. They were like small green mountains. As he got closer, he discovered that the city was quite populated, seemingly still lively enough to be considered bustling. It was because there were all types of noises that sounded, the voices not that soft. And, soon after, Sure how saw a group of men that rushed out from the city, rushing in his direction. Was he discovered? Sure how's eyes became serious. Fortunately, they then rushed in another direction. They were similarly a group of armored mounts with a heavenly deity leader. This was quite shocking. This place really did have experts everywhere. What made him feel a bit better was that when he looked inside the city, there were quite a few people whose cultivations weren't that high, some even at the supreme expert level. In this type of strange city, people with weaker strength like this were few in number. It was because in Shurehao's imagination, regardless of whether this city had fallen or if the people of the higher realms controlled it, there should be large amounts of experts. It would be difficult for any weak individual to survive here. Then he saw one person she was inside the city, just as weird as usual, beautiful to a ridiculous degree. However, no matter how he looked at how she was acting, she looked like she was leisurely strolling about, not feeling any sense of nervousness. Shuhao was stunned. How did this fella muddle her way through? She even seemed to be so carefree, not worried about anything at all. Moreover, most importantly, how did she end up getting here before him? This place wasn't that far from the city gates, so Shuhao could see everything inside clearly. The number of people here really wasn't small, with many different races. There were extremely powerful creatures, as well as weak individuals. However, the witch already transmitted sound, saying, "Little brat, stop hiding. I noticed you a while ago." Shuhao was shocked. In the end, he stopped, looking at the witch who was already leaving the city and coming over. He had all types of questions. Hey, stop staring at me as if we've never met. Staring blankly like that, it's as if I'm facing a piece of wood. The witch was beyond beautiful, but her mouth was just as sharp as always, without any restraint. "You defected?" Shuhao asked. Of course, he didn't believe it much himself, but he understood in that instant. He made a huge mistake. This city was definitely different from what he had imagined. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? So weird, just like you." The witch ridiculed. Shuhao understood. This city hadn't been captured. "How did you get ahead of me, arriving even before me?" Shuhao then continued to ask. "Young man, what are you implying?" The witch shot him a sidelong glance, feeling extremely discontent and a type of provocation, as well as a type of smiling expression, saying, "Could it be that you felt that you are quite lacking cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy, yet still ended up arriving after me? Feel extremely unsatisfied? But this is reality, brat. You are still too far off." Shuhao was given a harsh lashing with words, but he truly couldn't say anything in retaliation. He indeed had these types of thoughts, feeling that he was quite strong, already arriving fast enough, yet still ended up falling behind. Why aren't you acting all cocky like usual? Could it be that you realized the distance between the two of us? Little fella, work hard then." The witch put on a proud and experienced look, and after saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of methods do you have? How exactly did you end up ahead of me?" Shuhao asked, still somewhat unwilling to accept this. "Did you forget the 3 great supreme beings flung us out to different spots? I was sent to the very front, so of course I'm a bit faster," the witch said candidly. Shuhao didn't believe this, because the 3 great supreme beings would at most send people out 1,000,000 li, while the path he had walked the past few months crossed who knew how many millions of li, difficult to assess. He believed that he could overtake anyone in front of him. Thus he didn't believe the witch's words. As luck would have it, the place where I landed on had an ancient transport formation, directly sending me to this city. The witch explained a step further. Shuhao was speechless. This was a bit too unfair, right? He went through 9 deaths, 1 life, encountering all types of dangers along the way, while the witch reached here with a single step, just too easy. "How did you notice me?" Shuhao asked. He was quite confident in his own concealment methods, yet the witch found him while he was outside the city. "Because you're too weak. If I wanted to find you, I could do so with just a turn of my hand." When Shuhao heard these words, the root of his teeth directly began to itch. The witch was intentionally acting smug, leaving him quite annoyed. "Speak, what is going on?" Shuhao's expression was unkind, putting on an appearance like he was going to take action. "You had a damaged pagoda on you, while I have a stone bead on me. You should remember that those 2 fellas know each other," the witch said. When Shuhao heard this, he became a bit disappointed and frustrated. The little pagoda had left for a long time, following Willow Deity into the primordial gate. Where was it now? Where did it go? Did it truly arrive at the very forefront of the battlefield? Or was it to say that they broke free, entering the holiest place? Xianxia wished to see them again, only he knew that it wasn't likely. At the very least, he didn't have that type of ability right now. It was obvious that the stone bead on the witch detected Xianxia, and that was why she was able to immediately sense his arrival. "Why are you acting all sneaky and secretive outside, not daring to go in?" the witch asked. "Can't you use better words? Why would you call someone like me sneaky and secretive? You actually have the nerve to talk about a heroic person like me in that manner." Xianxia glared at her. "A foodie, a little thief," the witch muttered. Then Xianxia learned about some of the truth from her mouth. This city was quite special, but it still wasn't the enormous city they were looking for. He was thus shocked. A massive city like this wasn't even their destination? Are there many ancient cities like this in the Forbidden region? He found this hard to understand. It was the uninhabited region, so how could there be so many cities? "There aren't that many, the amount rather few," the witch said. She told Xianxia that the true ancient city was over 100 times more grand than this one, incredibly imposing like a heavenly emperor's city, standing tall at the border. "You should already know that from the past until now, there had always been exceptional figures entering that city to fulfill the archaic contract of alliance. Meanwhile, they also have disciples, their later generations also taking root in this region. You are saying that the city before us is a place where the descendants of those exceptional figures reside?" "Correct." The population grew larger and larger, thus becoming a city. Xianxia suddenly understood. This city similarly carried special meaning because since they found this place, then that meant they weren't far from the true enormous city. "Why aren't you leaving then?" Xianxia was confused. Since the witch already reached this place, it made more sense for her to continue towards the true enormous city. Soon after, he obtained a piece of shocking information. There were opportunities in this region, rumored to have a Qilin egg. "Pure-blooded Qilin?" Xianxia asked with shock. "Correct, there have been some irregular sites recently, sometimes in the mountains and valleys, sometimes underground. Many people saw a white little Qilin appear in the void." When he heard the witch's words, Xianxia couldn't remain calm any longer. It was because he thought back to the little girl in the immortal ancient dream. She had previously carried a little white Qilin. Xianxia entered the city with the witch, telling her along the way that he had previously been cut off by a group of experts. There were these type of people after all. The witch was also shocked. She learned of many things from here. In recent years, a terrifying aura seeped out from the desolate border, making a few people go mad. To be more precise, their minds were invaded, their intelligence confused. Only this type of people hid rather well, normally difficult to find. Meanwhile, this time, Xianxia unexpectedly encountered a group of people that belonged to the city's experts. This situation was extremely serious. The desolate border is about to become chaotic. They are about to pass through as expected, Xianxia said to himself. The witch's expression was also grave, feeling that great chaos was coming, the situation terrible to the extreme. Xianxia entered the city, not leaving immediately, instead temporarily staying here. It was because he also wanted to look for that Qilin egg. In reality, many people in the city were looking because recently that white Qilin irregular scene would appear from time to time, many people now knowing about it. "Cannot let Six Crown King obtain it," Xianxia said. Ning Chuan had Qilin patterns upon birth, so if he encountered the Qilin egg, there were too many unpredictable things that might happen. Just 2 days later, Xianxia also saw the irregular scene. In the distant mountain valley, there was auspicious light that surged. A little white Qilin appeared, vivid and lifelike. The cultivators all went mad, all of them rushing over, Xianxia no exception, rushing forward. Then his mind was shaken, immediately becoming stupefied. That irregular scene's little Qilin was clearly the one he saw from Immortal Ancient. There was no mistake. What left him the most shocked was that there was another sound that rang out in his mind, an immature voice, saying, "Why do you look a bit familiar? We met not too long ago. You didn't die? Surviving?" Xianxia's voice was even shaking. "Nonsense. I slept for so many years. How could I have met you before?" The little Qilin said. A dream back to Immortal Ancient. We met before in southern sea purple bamboo forest. You were carried in a young lady's arms. Shihao said. What, it's you were actually in this era. The little Qilin cried out, and then it began to cry, feeling incomparably grieved, saying to Shihao, I was waiting for so many years, waiting for her to appear again. But she's gone, never coming to find me. Everything happened too suddenly. There were always things that exceeded the imagination. Shihao never thought that he would meet that snow-white little Qilin again. Even though he didn't feel like it had been that long since he had last seen it. For this Qilin youth, endless years had already passed. When he heard the little Qilin's sobs, the wails of grief, Shihao's heart also moved. He had always been thinking about this matter in the last few months, questioning whether the things he had experienced were real. He had previously met them, the Phoenix girl, young man with radiant immortal gold sword, the young lady who carried the little Qilin, all fell into pools of blood one after another, killed in southern sea purple bamboo forest. He had since always felt broken-hearted. He watched as those miserable scenes played out one after another, yet was powerless to change anything, his heart full of grief and pain. Now that he saw this little Qilin, everything was proven true. His experiences back then weren't fake, but real. Shihao's eyes were sore, his heart in great pain. He truly went on a mental journey back to Immortal Ancient's last days, becoming friends with those people. Yet the ending was so cruel, watching them die one after another. I was still waiting, wishing for her to come back, wishing for her. The little Qilin wept with woo sounds, bringing Shihao's thoughts back to Immortal Ancient. Even though he hadn't interacted with those people for a long time, it was still an unforgettable experience. Don't cry anymore, just come with me. The desolate border is about to become chaotic. I'll bring you out to kill the enemy, get revenge for them, Shihao said, staring at the snow-white little Qilin in the void. He felt a wave of fighting intent that surged like flames. He was going to ascend onto that battlefield. The dream back to Immortal Ancient left him with regrets, a feeling of helplessness. Now, in this era, he was going to fight a glorious battle and slaughter his way into the desolate border. No, I want to wait for her to appear and come back. The little Qilin was extremely firm, not willing to display its real body, using that void image to communicate with him. I want her to come back too, but she cannot appear again, Shihao said. Even though his voice was calm, that was definitely not the same on the inside. That great era was full of sadness and grief. All of the young supreme beings withered away. They were all so stunning, no lack of people like Phoenix Girl and the others who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. If they lived to this world, regardless of whether it was Shihao or 10 Crown King, neither of them would be able to hold the highest spots. That was a glorious era where talents emerged in large numbers. The final days that left one in grief. Those powerful heroes emerged group after group, yet before they could even grow up, they withered away prematurely. How tragic of an era that was, a period of sadness and tragedy. No, I don't believe it. She will come back. She will appear again to find me in this mountain valley. The little Qilin cried out, full of emotions, eyes carrying tears, crying painfully. Even a young beast was like this, let alone a grown-up Shihao. He released a long sigh, gazing into the heaven and earth, into the distance. He was greatly touched by the little Qilin's loyalty, also feeling powerless for the past. Everything went by just like that. The lamentable and sad Immortal Ancient Great Era gradually faded away just like that. You will grow up, should accept reality a bit earlier, Shihao said. Even though it was cruel, he still wanted to wake up the little Qilin from its dream. It was because it was a pure-blooded Qilin, and once it grew up, its combat strength would be heaven overflowing, its bravery oppressing the world, a future great force. He couldn't leave it in this type of perplexed state, still muddle-headed. Even though I'm small, I am still clear-headed. I believe she will definitely appear. The little Qilin's tone was resolute. Shihao was shocked. Even though he didn't believe, he still asked, why? Even you could dream back to Immortal Ancient. Why can't she appear in this world? The little Qilin said softly, Sure Hao remained silent. The reason he could return was because of without end Great One turning back the flow of time, using that bell of time to guide him on a mental journey. It was to the extent where 6 Tao Reincarnation's immortal king had taken action, and with him using his method, there was definitely immeasurable power in effect. In that instant, Sure Hao realized something. Right, he only thought about time, forgetting about 6 Tao Reincarnation's king. His methods, his Tao, if it was developed to the extreme, perhaps it might be able to do something. How did you end up surviving? Sure Hao asked the little Qilin, wishing to understand how it didn't die first. Someone cut open space and sent me out, buried in a pile of undying matter and then slept for endless years, only waking up again recently. Time cannot take my life, the snow-white little Qilin said. This left Sure Hao shocked. Undying matter, this was something many great figures in this world were gathering. If one couldn't become a long-life being, then that type of matter could undoubtedly preserve one's life, preventing death. Then, regardless of what Sure Hao said, the little Qilin wasn't willing to get up, only telling him that others couldn't find it because of an immortal ancient secret treasure. It went into hiding, not appearing any longer. Then, it only left behind one sentence, saying, I am going to wait for her to come back and appear in this world again. This left Sure Hao feeling a wave of melancholy, a wave of perplexity. Would that little Qilin really be able to wait until that young lady came back? He felt like it was unrealistic. There was no reincarnation in this world. Was it still living in its dreams? However, Sure Hao still carried hope as well. If that little Qilin really waited until that young lady was alive again, or if there were other creatures from that great era who returned, the significance behind this would definitely be tremendous. Even if the desolate border was pierced, it wouldn't be as depressing. The city was extremely large. Sure Hao came back again. In reality, the others also returned, going on a wild goose chase again, no one able to find where the little Qilin was, to the extent where even though many people used magical force to move mountains and valleys, digging up the underground rivers, it was all still futile. That was why everyone believed that the so-called Qilin egg wasn't that close, but rather in an extremely distant place, having a strange treasure that allowed it to protect itself. In the city, more people appeared. It was because not only did Sure Hao and the witch arrive, there were a few other outside cultivators, every single one of them extremely powerful. They came from different ancient cities, all of them, after hearing news of a Qilin's appearance, wishing to capture that young beast. It is rumored to be a little Qilin, returning to an egg due to rebirth. Once it is obtained, that would mean that one would have a great divine beast at one's side. This was the information these people obtained. They all flocked over as a result. In the depths of the Forbidden Region, there weren't many ancient cities, but they were all extremely large, with groups of experts. They set out one after another, this naturally triggering a huge commotion. Every single city had glorious past, established by the world-shaking experts of the past, all of them unmatched in the higher realms during their era. However, those people all fell one after another, only the ancient cities and their descendants left. You don't seem to care that much. You aren't interested in that little Qilin anymore? The witch asked Sure Hao. You should listen to my advice and head out together with me. Hurry and reach that emperor city by the desolate border. It's best if we don't forget the original purpose for coming here. Sure Hao said, telling her that there is no hope of obtaining that little Qilin. Of course, he didn't mention the matters of conversing with that little Qilin, because this type of thing was just too shocking. To form friendship with a group of people in Immortal Ancient, regardless of how one looked at it from, it seemed a bit ridiculous. If he told others about it, others would definitely think that he went mad. Are you sure that the Qilin youth here cannot be obtained? The witch asked. I am sure. Sure Hao replied calmly. The witch looked at him and surprisingly spoke resolutely, saying, Since that's the case, let's go then. We should hurry to the desolate border and find that city. Upon hearing news about a Qilin, not many people could remain calm, especially someone like the witch who had the mysterious bead on her, with such great power to rely on. Yet now, she actually gave up just like that. Sure Hao have her a look, never expecting her to leave just because he told her to. What kind of look is that? Could it be that you want me to stay behind? She shot him a sidelong glance. No. I just never expected you to be so straightforward. This time, the two of them went on their way together, leaving the enormous city and proceeding deeper into the forbidden region. When they traveled several tens of thousands of li out, there were sounds of armored horses galloping, chasing over from behind. The group numbered at least 10. Their eyes red like vicious beasts, carrying heaven overflowing killing energy, chasing up to here. It's this type of people again. Hao had previously killed a group of heavenly deities, all of them in this type of state, eyes crimson red, losing their sense of self. It seems like something is greatly wrong with the forbidden region depths. So many experts infected, all of them daring to attack so openly. It's clear how domineering they are. The witch said. It was clear that these people had shortcuts to take, allowing them to immediately rush at Hao's group. Otherwise, with their speeds, there was no way they could compare to Hao, impossible to catch up. You killed Squad 19's people? On the other side, the leader stared coldly at Hao. You all are even sensitive to each other? Can even sense the fact that I killed a team? Hao asked. At the same time, this was the same as admitting that he had killed a group of infected experts. Standing about in this forbidden region depths was extremely dangerous. The mist that spread over from the desolate border could confuse one's mind, corrupt them, making us your enemies. There is no place in this forbidden region for you to walk, that leader shouted. Behind him, more than 10 people's weapons shone. How extravagant! A team of heavenly deities. This forbidden region really is unimaginable. The numbers, even though not that astonishing, there are too many experts. The witch sighed in praise. I already traveled over 10,000 li. What do you mean no place to walk? From my intuition, I can tell that you are strong, but you still aren't a great figure. Without being able to grow up, you will undoubtedly die. That leader said. The vicious beast he sat on roared, eyes also blood red. Is that so? Then you all can feel free to give me a try. Hao said. Being able to wipe out Squad 19's men means that we might not be your opponent, but you still won't be able to continue living. That leader said. Then, he chanted an ancient language, as if he was carrying out some type of sacrifice. I invite Great One to descend, someone said. Right at this moment, a stone mountain not far out cracked apart, revealing a blood-colored altar soaked in blood. It was entirely red, extremely striking. It can't be, right? The witch's expression even changed. Even though she heard that the desolate border was unstable, she never thought that it would be terrible to this degree. What are they trying to do? Hao asked. These people originally belonged to the 3,000 provinces, only being demonized. However now, the blood altar they made really might cause the creatures on the other side of the desolate border to descend. The witch's expression was serious. Hao felt a headache. This really was a huge problem. Those people chanted the incantation, each of them slitting their own wrists, pouring their heavenly deity blood over the altar as an offering. Who is calling me? Can my original body cross over? Right at this moment, a lazy voice sounded from the altar. It was quite young, but also possessed a type of great pressure. The mountains split apart, revealing a blood altar. That sound was extremely careless, as if it didn't really care much about anything, giving one a rather sinister feeling. We pay our respects to the Great One, that troop shouted together. At the same time, their eyes became even more red, as if they were dyed in blood. Hao was quite shocked, actually encountering this type of blood altar here. It was clear that it wasn't connected to the 3,000 provinces, but rather the most terrifying desolate border end. This was too sudden, and it also left one feeling extremely shocked. He knew that the war was coming, that it would sweep through the sky above and earth below, the 9 heavens and 10 earths unable to free themselves from this disaster. However, only when he truly came into contact with it did one understand how stifling it was. One had to understand that Immortal Ancient was buried precisely by those enemies. This time, they came again, so who could stop them? At the very least, there were the vicious 10 Willow Deity without end, and 6 Tao Reincarnation's king back then, but now, who was left? Those unmatched experts were no longer in existence. When he thought of the scene of the enemy breaking through, even Sherhao's mind was shaken up. This was just too fast. He hadn't even made his preparations yet, not having truly risen up. The witch's expression was also grave, her eyes deep, putting away the normal frivolous attitude she carried. Now, she looked like an ice-cold demon god. She never expected this day to come so quickly either. The blood altar had long been built, the one on the other side able to use this to travel over. Now, it was clear that the other side had prepared for many years. When they were truly going to attack, there were definitely going to be altars everywhere, an endless army rising up. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb and feel great fear. Sherhao took action, the willow deity appearing the moment he raised his hand. A thick golden willow branch shot out like a divine chain of order, rushing towards the altar to destroy it. Even with this one here, you dare act impudently? That voice on the blood altar was still indifferent, not treating this matter like anything important at all. In addition, the altar shone, the diagrams and other things on its surface becoming vivid and lifelike, as if reviving. The barrier this altar produced blocked Sherhao's strike. The witch took action. With a raise of her hand, her 10 long and slender fingers all shone, shooting out strand after strand of rainbow light. This was sky-severing technique. She immediately used her sect-protecting precious technique. However, she didn't attack that altar, but rather those mounted soldiers. Pooh! There was immediately someone killed by her, blood splashing outwards. The witch was quite calm and unhurried, not displaying any fluctuations in emotions. This allowed Sherhao to see a different side to her. She was normally laughing and giggling, always behaving strangely. But when she truly took action, she had the appearance of a female Azura added to her witch style. What was strange was that the dead heavenly deity's blood all flowed towards the altar. Even though the witch tried to stop it, the bloody mist still flowed along, entering that altar. "Kill them," that witch shouted. Even though he was willing to die, he wasn't afraid of death. This group of individuals all seemed to have gone mad like this. It was because their souls were already no longer pure, already corrupted and completely fallen into demonification. Sherhao took action, temporarily giving up on the altar and attacking these people with full force. Meanwhile, the witch also moved, fighting a great battle against these experts. The two people were incredibly powerful when they joined hands. Both of them cultivated immortal energy, power exceptional. Even though these people were powerful veterans that crawled out from piles of corpses, they still weren't a match. Following PU sounds, heads tumbled one after another, forcefully cut down by these two. However, the bad thing was that these individuals' blood flowed towards the altar. Even if they were crushed apart, they would still turn into bloody mist and rush towards the altar. This was the same thing as sacrifice. One had to understand that these were heavenly deities, their blood essence comparable to that of tens of millions of creatures. Now that so many of them had gathered together, the concentration was shockingly great. Sherhao and the witch wouldn't allow them to do as they wished. They used precious techniques to condense the blood, forcefully collecting it into some spatial magical artifacts, not allowing the altar to absorb it. All of the heavenly deities were killed. The spiritual essence they scattered out had all been refined and collected, only a small amount absorbed by the altar. However, Sherhao and the witch's expressions were grave, staring at this blood altar. It wasn't that grand, unable to let the one on the other side cross over easily. However, one could well imagine that if the conditions were right, this would become a gate, a passage for the most powerful and terrifying creatures to slaughter their way out. Not bad, ending the battle so quickly, opponents that'll allow me to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Not that much inferior to those so-called young supreme beings from Immortal Ancient. This kind of voice sounded from the altar. He was extremely young, sounding not concerned in the slightest, unbridled and brash. "If you have the skill, then just come over," Sherhao said, staring at the altar. "Ha ha!" That person's laughter sounded from the altar, extremely carefree, but becoming a bit cold. "Not any random cat or dog can make me take action. However, you too can make me move. Less nonsense. If you dare fight, then come over. If not, then get lost. Sure how berated. Fool, are you looking for death? On the other side, that person said coldly. At the same time, this altar shone, rumbling with noise, releasing streak after streak of scarlet lightning. Simultaneously, the diagrams on the altar all revived. On the surface carved diagrams of all types of creatures from the 3,000 provinces. As a result, they all rose and fell, worshipping towards the altar. Chong. A creature appeared on the altar. It was wrapped around by a black metal armor, only a humanoid figure visible. A domineering and berserk aura immediately seeped out. This type of aura directly tore apart the heavenly dome, collapsing the great earth. Am I, Lao Mu, the first powerful being to once again rule over this great earth after endless years? He said to himself. These words were brash, and even more so carried a type of domineeringness. At the same time, it leaked a lot of information, telling Sure how that no one had truly crossed over yet, that he might very well be the first. This meant that even though the situation was critical, it still hadn't reached an irremediable state. Dong! The altar swayed back and forth. Blood-colored, multicolored light flickered. It began to crack apart, unexpectedly about to be destroyed. No! The one on the altar cried out loudly. The figure of the one named Lao Mu became dim, about to disappear. It was clear that there was something wrong with this altar, not considered complete yet. Otherwise, a large-scale offensive would have been carried out from the other side a long time ago instead of gathering power in secret like this. Kacha! That person finally disappeared, carrying unwillingness, saying, "The events of today haven't ended. I will cross over." Then, streak after streak of blood-colored, multicolored mists appeared, an individual gathering by the altar. Only the armor became a blood color. Come, let me see just how strong the two of you are. I only have a bit of power right now. Lao Mu was extremely self-confident and powerful, challenging like this. On the altar, the figure that was gathering finally completely appeared. He walked over step by step, saying, "Even though I'm not in my peak state, only producing an incarnation, it should be about enough to deal with you too." Lao Mu's incarnation condensed from essence energy rushed over just like that, rushing out from the altar and throwing itself towards Sure how, decisive and forceful. Hong Long Long. This palm of his was extremely special. The baseless fingers suddenly becoming pitch black, absorbing all of the surrounding radiance. Even the mountains, valleys, grass, and trees were greatly affected. Hong. Sure how released a first, golden light erupting endlessly from it, rushing into the sky. The two clashed, fist with fist, a collision of the extremes. It was because one of their hands was pitch black like an abyss, while the other's was brilliant like a sun, illuminating all directions. This type of collision was truly opposing each other with equal harshness. A bit interesting. Lao Mu was shocked. Just how great of power his incarnation currently contained was completely unknown. Interesting. Sure how laughed coldly. When he took action again, he never expected this so-called Great One would only be a heavenly deity as well, not as terrifying as he had previously thought. That was why he directly pressed forward, immediately raising his hand to suppress the other party. As if he was an adult teaching a child, a palm crushed downwards, the hand covering the other party's entire body as it descended. Pong! They exchanged another round of attacks. That person was blasted until his figure went dim. After all, it wasn't his true body. Just this bit of skill. Yet you dare boast shamelessly? Sure how sneered. Kill! This person released a shout, and then his eyes shone, unexpectedly shining like two stars. One was of the great Yin while the other great Yang. Eventually, his entire being erupted with a wave of strange energy. Hong! Massive energy swept out in all directions, battering in this direction, incomparably crazy. Those were two immortal seeds, now completely activated, Yin and Yang carried together, forming a small expanse of cosmos, directly crushing downwards like that. Woo, not all that special though, the same type of cultivation system as those experts of Immortal Ancient Great Era. Sure Hao said, taunting this person. Haha, didn't you know? This is the method I obtained from the so-called young supreme being. It's quite ordinary. Lao Mu laughed coldly. When the two clashed this time, it was as if thousands of streaks of thunder erupted at the same time, absolutely deafening. The small cosmos was split apart, stars growing dim one after another, thus disappearing. Pooh! However, Lao Mu was injured. Even though it was an essence energy incarnation, not possessing the flesh of a true body, it still coughed, as if it was coughing out large amounts of blood. So nothing more than this, Sure Hao said. I merely sent over a bit of essence energy, not my true body at all. The method I displayed also a bit of your world's methods. If my true body comes over, what young supreme being? All nothing more than chickens and dogs. Lao Mu said coldly. It was clear that even though he was injured, he still found it hard to stomach this result. Then just directly accept suppression and death, the witch said. Just like that, Sure Hao rushed over, fighting an intense battle against him. In the end, with a point of his finger, the space between his brows split apart, concluding this battle. Hong! The altar swayed, the black armor flickering with cold light again. That true body appeared again, only it still wasn't stable. His feet were still within the void, unable to truly cross over. He carried cold intent, body releasing world-shocking fluctuations, taking action against Sure Hao. Truly quite strong. Are you a young supreme being from the desolate border side? The witch was moved, extremely shocked. It was because this type of aura was too frightening. Before Sure Hao took action, the witch moved, activating the stone bead, blasting towards the altar. You? That person's expression changed. Even though he tried to protect himself, he couldn't change anything. He had to cross this trial first. Kacha! The entire altar was blasted through. Lao Mu's entire body coughed out blood, blasted by that strange wave of power, now appearing quite weak. When I truly descend into this world in the future, neither one of you will be able to live. Unfortunately, he was too fast, Sure Hao not fast enough to catch him. That person, even though the altar broke apart, his true body still survived, so he could still come back again. You what you? Just beat you up again, the witch said. Then this place became quiet. The altar was destroyed, a passage blocked. Otherwise, in the future, a great disaster would definitely appear. Let's go. They went on their way, advancing towards the so-called Heavenly Emperor's city. Sure Hao and the witch went on their way, heading towards the ultimate city of the Forbidden Region. It was rumored that there was an emperor city there that was majestic and grand, suppressing the desolate border, ensuring the peace of the 3,000 provinces. Meanwhile, this information was not circulated that much through the 3,000 provinces. Sure Hao and the witch only hearing about all types of legends after entering the Forbidden Region's depths. Woo! Before a vast body of water, a strange sound could be heard. All types of creatures trembled with fear, and the vicious beasts along the way even more so all knelt down onto the floor. This was the Forbidden Region depths. There was unexpectedly a sea here, the jade ripples boundless. A sea snail appeared in the sea. This was the creature that was crying out, releasing ripples that rose and fell, ocean waves striking the skies. What kind of sea snail is this? Sure Hao felt quite shocked after seeing this scene from the distance. Even he felt his body trembling slightly, a bit unable to control himself as well. Then they became even more shocked. The heavenly dome split apart, the great earth caving in. All types of divine beasts and vicious birds cried out, rustling sounds falling, stirring up an endless storm. This type of scene was a bit inconceivable, impossible for him to understand. That is a bugle born. Once blown, heaven and earth will split apart, able to destroy the sun and moon, the witch said. When Sure Hao heard this, he frowned. After opening his heavenly eyes, he saw that the scene was only an imprint and not something that was truly happening. This made him release a breath of air. In the battle of the last great era, when the bugle horn sounded, it was precisely this scene. At that time, it truly was mountains collapsing and oceans roaring, stellar streams trembling. The witch said, This was what she had seen before from bone books. Moreover, there were more than one or two of these sea snail bugle horns, so one could imagine just what kind of scene that was, the sound reaching into the heavens, the cosmos shaking in response. Meanwhile, that wasn't even the true great battle, just the beginning. When the battle truly began, just how terrifying were those undying individuals? It was simply unimaginable. No wonder a perfect world was blasted into 9 heavens and 10 earths. The great battle is truly going to arrive. The imprint left behind by the bugle horn is sounding on its own, meaning that day isn't far off. This world might repeat Immortal Ancient's disaster. Chi. Sword energy suddenly appeared streak after streak from the ocean, every single streak cutting open the great earth. The streaks of light were incredibly thick, the radiance everlasting. This wasn't some imprint, but a true attack. Sure how and the witch dodged, immediately moving back a great distance from a single retreat, avoiding this angry sea. The sword radiance brushed past their bodies as it shot past, shaving off large amounts of mountain peaks. As for up above, there were endless streaks of sword energy, the chaotic sword attacks shattering the sky, meteors smashing down from outer space. What kind of place was this? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, still feeling lingering fear. If they retreated a step late, they would have definitely been blasted into ashes. There might be some ruined fragment of an immortal artifact buried in the ocean that activates from time to time, triggering this result. They speculated. After all, they saw the bugle horn's imprint. From this knowing that there was definitely a battlefield that had taken place here with ruined weapons left behind. As such, it wasn't all that strange for there to be this type of scene. This sea was impossible to cross. Later on, when they passed through a city, they learned from those creatures that the place was indeed an ancient battlefield. There were all types of strange things in the ocean, few people able to safely make it through. Even those as powerful as sect masters would undoubtedly die after entering, unable to stop the heaven-reaching sword. In the restricted area depths, there weren't many cities, but every single one of them was unique and shocking, with countless experts within them. This sea was also who knew how many tens of thousands of li large. Sure how and the witch took a detour around, not reaching the end even after moving along the coast for half a month, from time to time running into dangerous situations. More than 10 days passed by in a flash. Along the way, Sure how and the witch encountered danger several times, but they made it through, not falling. In reality, forget about them. Even the descendants of the most powerful experts residing in the Forbidden Region depths rarely made a long and difficult journey like this. It was because the more they understood, the more clear they were on how dangerous this place was. They finally made it through that sea. They moved quickly, advancing forward with only one goal in mind, the so-called Forbidden Region Emperor City. Only by reaching that place could they enter the heavenly deity institution and cultivate a step further, make themselves rise up and become even stronger. The 3 great supreme beings have their own special paths to take. Do you think they already arrived? They definitely have ancient transport formations that are linked up to that city. I believe they've already entered a while ago. Sure how and the witch had their suspicions. Along the way, they did everything outside, running day and night, yet they still didn't find that city. The two of them even began to doubt if they went the wrong way, deviating from the right path. Only when they encountered an ancient city and asked the creatures there did they understand that they were still on the path, the direction not wrong, just that they still hadn't reached that Emperor City. Do you think we'll arrive first? Sure how asked. That's hard to say. I was in front of you even without using that much energy. If others also happen to have entered strange transport formations, they might already have reached the destination. The witch said. Sure how nodded. Sometimes luck was also a part of strength. They already traveled this far, so they had to continue forward and press ahead. Soon after, they saw an expanse of scarlet redness that sealed off the great earth, one's eyes unable to see the limit. What was this? Another sea? Sure how and the witch were stupefied. A grand scene stretching out as far as they could see. Scarlet waves were surging. Roiling heat blew against their faces, leaving them shocked. The plants and trees had long disappeared from this place. Mountain peaks and others even more so gone from existence. This was as blazing hot ancient land. That was magma. However, it was comparable to an ocean too vast without end. It was a scarlet-red expanse, magma surging, red like blood. What kind of place did we arrive in? They were completely shocked. This magma was just too vast, right? Condensing into a lake was one thing, but this was an ocean. This time, they didn't make their way around, because there was a damaged tablet on the side that recorded this place wasn't too dangerous, instead might having opportunities. The two of them moved above the magma, quickly advancing. An enormous beast turned over, producing an expanse of fiery red radiance, striking towards Xianxia. A fish. That was an enormous scarlet fish that carried golden light. It moved in the magma, its size enormous like a small mountain. "We're rich." Xianxia wasn't shocked, but instead feeling overjoyed. It was because he recognized that this was young fish, containing rich divine essence, an extremely rare creature. Unfortunately, this creature had long become a heavenly deity for many years, its divine senses sharp. When it saw a great hand reach towards it, it immediately shrunk, and then entered the magma sea depths, quickly disappearing. Xianxia frowned. His large hand reached into the magma, fiercely moving about, yet unable to grab anything. A bit strange. There is a damaged formation at the ocean floor that is stopping my divine senses. That stone tablet has said that there isn't any great danger, but that also implies that there are still some dangers, just that it is not excessively challenging. Of course, if it was an unmatched existence that left behind that message, pretend I never said anything. The witch said. The two of them gave each other a look, feeling like the situation wasn't too good, that they acted a bit carelessly. It was because if a sect master level figure or even greater said there were no dangers, it still wasn't necessarily a road for normal people. We already came inside, so we can't look forward and back like this. We should just advance as fast as we can. Even if there are dangers, we should still be able to avert the disaster if we work together. At worst, we'll just run. The witch was quite serious, but then she said this while laughing. Xianxia nodded, moving quickly with her. Several days later, a terrifying large claw reached out, grabbing towards them. It was a deathly white, an enormous claw, directly crushing space as it reached out. The two of them were shaken up, activating precious techniques and doing everything they could to move outwards, and then they quickly fled. It was because they sensed that the skeleton was too domineering, even if a sect master figure had arrived. If they fought against it head-on, they would likely be slapped down. Meanwhile, this was just a skeleton. There was only a weak light flickering inside of its skull, proving that it didn't have a pure consciousness, only a hazy bit of soul light. The reason it was powerful was because the skeleton itself was 100,000 zhang in size. It towered in the sea of magma, a bit bewildered, only wishing to capture Xianxia and the witch. Hong! Heaven and earth were shattered, the skeleton's power too great. Freeze! The witch took action, activating that stone bead, finally stopping that deathly white hand that was reaching out, blocking that white skeleton. This is definitely a terrifying creature that was killed in battle during the immortal ancient great era. Just the skeleton alone is enough to kill heavenly deities. How powerful was it back then when it did have flesh? The witch was shocked. Fortunately, the soul-suppressing bead was unordinary. The 100,000 zhang tall snow-white skeleton stared at the bead in a daze, and then slowly laid down into the sea of lava, slowly sinking, thus disappearing. This skeleton hadn't decayed after all this time. Truly astonishing. Even Xianxia could only sigh in praise like this. Soon afterwards, they saw a shoal rock with some ancient words carved on top, warning later generations. Emperor Bone Ocean Region. Xianxia frowned. There was danger up ahead. According to what was written on this shoal rock, there were some matchless existences buried there in the past, their skeletons resting beneath. Emperors perhaps already became immortals, or are maybe still striving in the mortal world. All those who dared use the word emperor for their name are definitely the most powerful individuals of a clan. The witch said. This was something she previously read from Sky-Severing Sect's scripture storage pavilion. This emperor wasn't the emperor of the human world dynasties, but rather the emperor of the cultivation path. The region where emperor bones are buried, Could it be that there are some great emperor's remains there? The two of them stopped, not daring to recklessly enter that place. Xianxia opened his heavenly eyes, hoping to notice something. However, he only saw the scarlet magma sea surge, a few skeletons seemingly laying in disarray on the ocean floor. They were even more intimidating, even more terrifying. One of them was in a seated position, not that tall, but it was brilliant like a great sun, shining at the bottom of the magma sea. It sensed Xianxia and the witch's aura. Secret force began to move about on its own on the skeleton's body. Qi. In addition, the surplus of blood energy above its skull rushed out. Heavens! The witch cried out in alarm. This extra blood energy turned into scarlet multicolored light, piercing through the heavenly dome, causing several stars to fall out from above. This left both of them shocked and shaken up. The emperor of a clan, was this their power? They didn't even approach, yet they already saw this type of scene from the distance. One had to understand that they had already been dead for countless years, the bones left behind still possessing such matchless might. These great emperors were killed in battle, the witch said with a certain tone. Xianxia was speechless. The events back then were truly too cruel. The most powerful expert from past to present, only someone like that could be called a great emperor. Some had long achieved long life, some still striving to make it across. Regardless, all creatures who dared call themselves great emperors were all world-shocking existences. Meanwhile, in this place there were actually people like this buried, with more than a single set of skeletal remains here. These creatures really were powerful. Xianxia looked at these skeletal remains at the bottom of the magma sea. Just the blood energy that remained alone shooting out from the crown of their skull was powerful enough to blast down stars. It was too shocking. This magma sea was extremely vast. Just the region Xianxia and the witch walked through alone was already who knew how many tens of thousands of Li stars fell, blasting against the sea of magma, creating enormous rumbling sounds, ocean waves blasting the skies. However, there were several sets of emperor bones here, so the ocean wasn't allowed to stir about too violently. One of the emperor bones was smashing apart the stars. The great stars that fell turned into broken pieces, becoming a part of the magma. Even the witch was stupefied. Her bright red little mouth widened, charming large eyes round. Her tall and graceful figure moved about as she stared forward, her chest rising and falling as she breathed heavily. Just how great of a divine ability was this? How heaven-defying. Xianxia raised his head towards the starry sky, and then he looked towards the skeletons in the Emperor Bone Ocean region. The blood energy that was left of their consciousness was heaven-defying, blasting down suns and moons. It was too shocking. He began to wonder just how powerful these creatures were when they were still alive. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to even try to gauge their strength, because their level of cultivation realm was beyond what he could comprehend. Without truly reaching it, it was impossible to understand. The main thing was that his present cultivation wasn't high enough, not transcending above. Otherwise, he would definitely understand what kind of individuals these were. I've heard a long time ago that those who dared call themselves great emperors were existences that shocked past and present. Turns out this really was the case. The witch released a great sigh, feeling shock for their strength, but also feeling sadness for their conclusion. Even such a powerful creature died in battle in the end. Just how intense was the battle back then? Simply unimaginable. Is there an emperor treasure here? The witch's eyes moved around, looking like she wanted to do something bad. The so-called emperor treasures were definitely all artifacts that left their names in history. The power of an entire clan was used to cast an artifact, so if any one of these appeared, it would definitely shake the world under the sky. The so-called great emperor, some of them possessed immortality, while some stood at the peak of the mortal world. Every single one of them overlooked their era, unmatched during their period. Together with great fate added, the treasure that was refined would naturally be insurmountable. Xianxia was also looking around. He opened his heavenly eyes, sweeping them over the magma sea floor. There really is something. Soon after, Xianxia saw the damaged weapons on the magma floor. Even though they were still extremely far away, there was still an ice-cold aura that could be felt. That damaged artifact seemed like it could tear apart the stellar domain. "Sai, I think it might be better if we just forget about it. There's no way for us to obtain it." The witch sighed, accepting reality. It was because the strand of blood energy the damaged bones shot out just now could even hack down the sun, moon, and stars, so if they tried to touch their emperor treasures, they would likely be bringing a great disaster upon themselves. They observed here for a long time, surrounding this region and watching it closely. This place might not be used now, but it might become a battlefield in the future, Xianxia said. He gazed into the Emperor Bone Sea region, and then looked at the endless starry sky, his mind drifting a bit. "What do you mean?" the witch asked. "Sooner or later, a battle will start. These people were killed in battle back then. Their hearts still carrying unwillingness, Emperor Bone's still here, so in the future, if enemies are guided here, who knows, they might be able to help us out," Xianxia said. Even people as powerful as the two of them made their way around this ocean region, continuing forward, speeding along. They wanted to reach that enormous city in the innermost depths as soon as possible. The witch was shocked. After traveling several million li across the scarlet magma, they felt a wave of pressure, and even more a feeling of vastness. In the depths of the magma sea, it was dusky and overcast, as if a massive island rested before them. Even though it was still at the limits of the sea level, he could already vaguely make out something. "Is it an island, or did we reach the ends of the sea?" the witch asks. "We are still in the ocean," Xianxia said. The two of them quickly proceeded. That overcast scenery gradually became clear, and the two of them were stunned. What end of the sea? That was an enormous mountain that was incomparably majestic. It reached into the clouds, appearing more majestic and magnificent the closer they got to it. It became more and more clear, no longer blurry, now already clearly visible. This mountain was just too large, almost not like a mountain but instead a great continent that was merely mountain-shaped. It towered in the magma sea. Not a single blade of grass grew in this place, dusky and overcast, incredibly silent. It was like a dead volcano. The two of them opened their heavenly eyes to observe the situation. This really did seem like a volcano, only it was ridiculously large, simply unimaginable. This mountain seemed to have reached into outer space, it was just too massive. It was to the extent where both of them suspected if this sea of magma was released precisely by this massive volcano. The mountain was too large, its height who knew how many li tall, towering into the clouds, bordering the stars of outer space. Phoenix Mountain. Xianxia was shocked. There were 3 ancient characters on the mountain, causing him to reveal a look of surprise. "Ayaya, can tell it's a good place just from the name. We have to go take a look," the witch cried out. True Phoenix, what kind of existence was that? That was a creature ranked at the forefront of the Vicious 10. Its power oppressing 10,000 clans. In the past unmatched in the heavens above and the earth below, known as an undying creature. Now, there was a mountain peak named after it, so it naturally made one's imagination run wild. This was especially the case with how magma roiled here, gathering into a sea, making one develop even crazier fantasies. Legend had it that the phoenix underwent rebirth through flames, and now, this sea was overflowing with fiery light. The two of them gave each other a look, and then they both ascended the mountain. Instead of saying it was a mountain, it was better to call it a great continent. When they truly approached and walked on its surface, they felt that it was just too massive. Only by going into the sky and looking down could one appreciate the magnificence of this enormous mountain. It rose up from the sea, forming an enormous and majestic tall mountain that towered into the sky domain, truly astonishing. An ancient city. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they found that this place was extremely level, and there was also an enormous city here. One easily associated this place with the possibility of it being a true phoenix ancient city. One had to bear in mind that there were pure-blooded phoenixes in the past that resided in immortal Earth. Now, being able to find their historical ruins wasn't that uncommon either. The witch released a sigh of admiration, because she saw many parasol trees inside this city. Even though they had long died, naked and bare, they still didn't rot, flickering with luster as if cast from gold. The enormous mountain was gray, the ancient city deathly still, as well as the withered parasol trees. All of these things pointed at what kind of place this was. The phoenix rested above parasol trees. There were too many of these types of legends. Only, this place was too quiet. A deathly still expanse. Nothing left behind. Something's not right. The witch was inwardly alarmed. Xianxia had long discovered that something wasn't right as well. He pulled on the witch's snow-white wrist, quickly jumping backwards. Mists rose. Everything became blurry. In a flash, he stood on the street, entering the city. Not good. We've accidentally entered the ancient city. The witch's expression changed. They were originally outside the city, but just now they ran in too much of a rush, activating a formation, mysteriously entering this ancient city. It was clear that there were exceptional great formations here. The two of them attacked several times, but in the end, they found that they couldn't leave at all, to the extent where even if they found the city walls, they couldn't climb out, instead be blasted backwards. As soon as they tried to rush into the skies, they were suppressed by a wave of power, blasted back. The two's expressions changed. 3 days passed just like that, trapped here. This true Phoenix ancient city was a bit strange, difficult to escape from. Suddenly, on the 5th day, an enormous sound rang out from this city, from a deathly stillness to a great vibration. It was extremely sudden, making both of them quickly raise their heads, turning towards the source of the sound. Vaguely, there was an enormous monster that only had a single foot, moving about there. However, the mists were too dense, covering the heavenly eyes, preventing them from seeing it clearly. They could only tell that it looked like a human, yet wasn't. It was several thousand zhang tall, in its hands a wolf-teeth club. Dong! It smashed it downwards. The houses, parasol trees, and other things in the ancient city were all blasted apart. Xianxia and the witch were alarmed, because they had previously tried to collapse the ancient city and escape, yet all of their efforts failed, unable to destroy the constructs with formations protecting them and other things. This single-footed monster was extremely powerful, at the very least many times stronger than the two of them. Hong! Another expanse of structures were collapsed, sending rocks and rubble everywhere. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. This monster continued walking, destroying everything in sight. However, this true Phoenix ancient city was extremely strange. After those structures were destroyed in large amounts, when that single-footed creature left, they would restore themselves. Xianxia and the witch hid themselves, because they saw that the monster was rushing in this direction. Hong! The several thousand zhang long wolf teeth club swept right above their heads, smashing all of the buildings apart. This fellow was too strong, incomparably terrifying. Finally, after going on a rampage for a long time, it slowly disappeared, evaporating into thin air. Xianxia and the witch looked at each other in dismay, but they saw everything with their own eyes. In the end, that enormous monster disappeared just like that, as if nothing had ever happened. Then, after another half-month passed, the two of them were left extremely helpless, silent, and speechless. It was because they couldn't find a way out. Xianxia wanted to ask the divine striking stone to come out, but this fellow was sleeping, forming a stone cocoon around itself, currently undergoing a crucial transformation. Impossible to wake up. Being trapped in this city of death for more than 10 days left them extremely anxious, fearing that they might miss the opportunity to enter that heavenly deity institution. This time they were a bit careless. There's someone. They finally saw another strange scene, vaguely seeing a person. They turned around, climbing onto the tallest building to look in that direction. He was like a ghost, drifting about, silent and taciturn, not carrying a bit of divine force fluctuations, as if a blade of grass was blown up, leaving the ground's surface. This was an elder, shriveled and wrinkled, his eyes caved in, eyes closed. He was all skin and bones, shriveled skin yellow, as if forged from brass. It was as if an ancient skeleton walked out from the earth. He's already dead, the witch said softly. Even though this person was moving, he was like a ghost, without a bit of aura, only cold and terrifying. And, soon after, Xianxia and the witch's eyes widened. This elder raised its head. When it looked into the skies, it reached out its hand, plucking 2 stars, directly refining them into 2 pearls, placing them in his palm, letting them swirl in place. Sure, Hao and the witch were stupefied. This was just too ridiculous. This was a dead person, so how could he still possess such great divine might? In reality, this person really had died. The space between his brows pierced through, connected front to back as if he had been stabbed by a sharp weapon there. Now, he was moving on a type of instinct still appearing in the true Phoenix's ancient city. An ancient corpse. However, it was different from underworld Earth's creatures. From its appearance, it was quite special. It seemed like it had a spirit, yet it also seemed like it didn't. It was dead, yet could still move. A type of instinct. This is a will left behind before his death, preventing his flesh from decaying, still wandering about like a ghost. However, this creature is definitely terrifying. If there is a battle in the future, he might be able to display unimaginable power. Sure Hao said. Fortunately, this creature roamed about, not noticing Sure Hao and the witch. It moved along an ancient path, wandering about like a ghost. What kind of person do you think he is? Don't tell me he is precisely that phoenix of the Vicious 10. The witch asked. Sure Hao's mind jumped. This might very well be the case. I actually saw one of the Vicious 10 today? It's hard to say. The 2 of them muttered. A month passed by in a flash. The 2 of them had been trapped for 30 days, truly making them feel anxious. By getting caught in this place, it was the same as wasting time and life. Neither of those 2 monsters injured us. It's quite strange. The witch said. Finally, after another half a month, they found a few clues. When they were roaming about a few ancient buildings, they came into contact with a few great formations that might be able to open up this place, allowing them to leave the ancient city. However, in the following few days, when Sure Hao and he which tried to activate the great formation, their bodies suddenly became dim, transported away. This was a cave that was filled with chaotic energy, immortal light shining everywhere. Was this still in the city? Or was it to say that this place was only connected to that ancient city? The most shocking thing was that this cave had an egg inside. Soon after, they sensed a wave of powerful life force. Inside that egg was a sea of life spiritual essence. And this shouldn't be a phoenix egg, right? Please don't tell me that we ended up running into some tremendous luck, that we are going to bring out an unmatched true phoenix. Sure Hao thought of many things. In a daze, he felt as if this egg that was suspected to belong to a phoenix indeed had been hungry for many years. The egg shone brilliantly, and it was large as well, but Sure Hao seemed to vaguely sense the phoenix girl's aura from the dream back to Immortal Ancient, the girl who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. There's no way it's her. I clearly saw her fall myself. Sure Hao shook his head. An egg, sparkling and translucent, 5-colored divine light rushing into the heavens. Sure Hao truly suspected that this egg might have something to do with Phoenix Girl, because it gave off a familiar feeling. It seemed real yet fake at the same time. However, in the dream back to Immortal Ancient, he clearly saw that the Phoenix Girl with 3 strands of immortal energy was killed, falling like that, turning into blood and bone. How could an egg appear? You recognize it? The witches looked over with widened eyes. Who was she? She was extremely sharp, able to guess at many things from just a few words. She is a friend of mine. Sure Hao sighed. He thought back to that person, thinking back to those matters, back to the mental journey into the last great era. That young supreme being died, leaving him feeling great regret. It truly was too much of a pity. So many great heroes, some of them even cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. After associating with them for a few months, he found them extremely agreeable. Even though they had only interacted for a short while, he felt as if he had become intimate friends with these people, greatly enjoying each other's presence. When they reached his level, wishing to find similar opponents to exchange pointers with wasn't easy. Meanwhile, there was a whole group of people in that glorious era. What a pity they fell just like that. Sure Hao could only watch helplessly as they died. Your friend? When did this kind of thing happen? Even the sharp which couldn't guess at what happened. After all, a mental journey to the last great era was too strange, difficult to believe, let alone be guessed at. It's been a long time, but it feels like yesterday. Those people, they were true supreme being heavenly talents, every single one of them with great prospects. They were all peaceful without any evil thoughts. Associating with them felt extremely joyful and comfortable. Shihao said. He just always had the feeling that those people were the true Tao seekers, their temperaments extraordinary. Only they were born in that era. For them this was a great tragedy. Perhaps their greatest regret was being born too late. If they were given time and grew up, the battle in Immortal Ancient might not have ended the way it did. You are speaking quite mysteriously. Don't tell me you can't tell what kind of place this is? This is a cave left behind from Immortal Ancient Great Era. Something left behind from countless years ago. How can it have anything to do with your friend? The witch rolled her eyes at him. Even though she was intelligent, she still wouldn't think about such ridiculous matters. Perhaps, Shihao said, declining to comment on this subject. If it was true, then what era are you from? Do you not belong to the present, this world? The witch revealed a smile that was yet not a smile. Who could say for sure? Perhaps someday in the future, the great dream ends, and it turns out that I truly don't belong to this place. Shihao said with a laugh. The witch pursed her lips and laughed, obviously laughing at him. Shihao also laughed loudly, shaking his head. Soon after, he temporarily put away his melancholy and regret, surrounding this egg and giving it a look. It was extremely bright and brilliant, nurturing powerful life spiritual essence. The phoenix can undergo nirvana and be reborn. Is this legend reliable? Should be true, right? Shihao asked. When his mental journey brought him back to Immortal Ancient, even though he saw Phoenix Girl collapse into a pool of blood, and then everything exploded, wiping out body and spirit, she was a phoenix, known to have an undying body. She could be reborn through flames, so there might really be a gleam of hope for resurrection. Shihao's mind was jumping with pung-pung sounds. For some reason, he sensed Phoenix Girl's aura from this egg, and apart from this, he couldn't find any suitable explanation. Wu, correct, the phoenix is the most terrifying type of existence. Fighting strength tyrannical, absolutely unstoppable. Back then, it was the greatest race, supreme being regardless of where it went. The witch nodded. She naturally wouldn't doubt the legends about Phoenix's rebirth. Shihao opened his heavenly eyes, carefully looking at it. He wanted to see if there was a soul inside this divine egg, the Phoenix Girl he had met in the past. His eyes formed symbols constructing the most fantastic natural laws, and then they produced ripples moving outwards, all of them entering the egg. He was searching for something. He wanted to know whether he could see someone from the past in this world. This might be able to overturn something. Even if it wouldn't completely overturn anything, it was still a type of hope. However, soon after, Shihao was left in despair. This egg shone like a sun, incomparably brilliant, fiery light overflowing, containing within it world-shocking life spiritual essence. However, upon closer inspection, there were no soul imprints. It had life spiritual essence, able to nurture a life. To speak bluntly, it was better than most divine medicines, perhaps even comparable to a long life medicine. Only, inside of the brilliance, it truly lacked a soul, not having any imprints left behind. For an immortal egg like this should have been something completely impossible. Normally, regardless of whether it was a phoenix giving birth through an egg, or when a heavenly phoenix underwent rebirth, there would always be imprints without exception. Shihao was stunned, feeling incredibly dejected. Why is it like this? He said softly to himself. It was different from what he had thought, lacking Phoenix Girl's imprints. This life object had her aura, yet didn't have her soul. What was going on? Soon after, the witch knew something was wrong with this egg. There was no soul imprint, only an egg that was lacking. There was no way it would produce a true divine phoenix. Wu, I understand. Someone underwent rebirth, but failed. In the end, the soul disappeared. Only the divine substance that merged with the egg left behind. She came to this conclusion. Phoenix Girl failed, died just like that? Shihao was shocked. He originally thought that he would see this egg, a chance for her to be reborn, never expecting reality to be this cruel. This egg has great use, equivalent to long-life medicine, a priceless treasure, the witch said, her large black gemstone-like eyes flickering with light, putting on a miserly look. This egg can't be touched, Xianxia said, his voice quiet, but resolute. Regardless, he wasn't willing to destroy Phoenix Girl's final hope. The witch opened her mouth, but nodded in the end, saying, "All right, this egg is yours." She was quite sensible, not willing to fight against Xianxia. She had guessed at his mood too, therefore rather generously moving to the side, not asking them to divide it evenly. Moreover, the witch had some other suggestions. If you really carry a last hope, you can hand it over to a fire attribute expert. By carrying it at their side, cultivating together, it will be beneficial for both the egg and the cultivator. From what the witch said, if this egg still had a bit of true spirit, perhaps it could be awakened, moreover bringing the one who cultivated with it tremendous benefits, their fire attribute skills advancing by leaps and bounds. Xianxia immediately thought of Hualinger. She was fire attribute, wishing to give her this egg, but now there was no time to return, and he had to go to the heavenly deity institution soon, unknown when they would meet again. It was to the extent where if they fought in the desolate border or even left the 3,000 Dao provinces, he wouldn't even know what it would produce. When would he be able to see it again? The entire country was going to be covered in blood and flames. Not even sect masters able to preserve their lives, let alone others. "Why do I feel like this egg matches Hualinger?" Xianxia said softly, suddenly feeling a flash of realization, an instant of intuition. He seemed to have grasped time fragments, but soon after, it escaped from his grasp again. "Let's go, we'll search through this place again. And if there's no more secret treasures, then we should leave," the witch said. This cave was quite vast, chaotic energy rich, even more so having immortal Dao energy. However, it was quite the pity, not having any artifacts and other things aside from this. The so-called immortal artifacts, secret treasures and other things were similarly lacking, only a single egg here. In the end, Xianxia put this egg away, walking out from the cave with the witch. With a schwa sound, they discovered with shock that they were standing outside the ancient city, freed from that city. That cave was precisely in the city, but it couldn't be seen, only able to enter through special karma. The witch muttered. Xianxia stared blankly. No one else saw this when they came. Why were they able to find it then and even able to bring this egg away? After carefully thinking about it, the only thing special about him was that he had spent a few months with Phoenix Girl during the mental journey back to Immortal Ancient. Could it be that it had something to do with this? He couldn't help but think back to the scene of when they separated. Those people were full of sadness, previously saying that they hoped that after endless years passed, in a certain era, some of them could still appear again and meet him. Was this what they meant when they said that back then? And now, could it be said to have been fulfilled? Xianxia and the witch made a circle around the ancient city, and then walked down from this dusky and overcast great mountain, once again entering the sea of magma, making their way to the other shore. The sea really was too big. Only after using up another half-month of time did they truly cross it. One had to bear in mind that they were extremely fast, and used up such a great amount of time, so one could imagine just how vast the scarlet-red magma ancient land was. During this process, they encountered danger several times. There were mysterious things inside the ocean, for example, dead departed spirits and other things that were still roaring after endless years, as if they wanted to exterminate all creatures. Finally, they arrived at the other end of the Scarlet Great Lake, going ashore. Sigh. After being trapped for so long in the ancient city, there's definitely people who made it there before us, the witch said, feeling quite discontent. They were originally definitely at the front, yet in the end they were trapped for such a long time, so there were definitely people who passed them during this period of time. Let's go, we should head into the Forbidden Region depths a bit earlier to give this so-called Emperor City a look, understand what kind of thing the archaic contract of alliance is. Xianxia said. Just like that, they continued along, unexpectedly traveling another 3 months. We were told that we were almost there before, so why did we use up so much time again? The witch grumbled. And we truly arrived. That day, Xianxia was shocked. because he could already feel a mysterious aura pervading the air that made one feel reverence and shock. In a daze, they seemed to have returned to the opening of the world, witnessing the birth of all creatures. At the ends of the great earth, there seemed to be an incomparably magnificent scene waiting for them, as if it was calling out to them. Forbidden Region Emperor City. It is definitely this place, Xianxia said with a confident tone. Finally, I want to see just what kind of place it is, what kind of final point we made it to. The witch shouted happily. After using up all this time, experiencing so many dangers, they finally made it here. Truly wasn't easy. When they got closer, Xianxia's body suddenly trembled, because there was something on him that was reviving, releasing a mysterious aura, colors shining brilliantly. A tremendous aura surged, as if it could link up the past and present. A drop of blood. It appeared from his body, illuminating the bright colors of endless time, indescribably mysterious. The witch recognized it with a single look. This was definitely not something she was unfamiliar with. This was brought out from immortal ancient remains, previously buried in the all-life earth. The drop of blood. Modeled scenes of the past were played one after another. It was incredibly sparkling and resplendent, as if it would shine for all of eternity. Xianxia naturally knew about it. When searching for the heavenly deity tree, he had previously entered a pure land, digging the witch out from all-life earth, and at that time found this drop of blood. This drop of blood fell from a cauldron, that three-footed, two-eared round cauldron. What kind of mysteries does this drop of blood have? It even resonates with that city. Xianxia was stupefied. While staring at this drop of blood, it felt as if there was a heavenly emperor who descended into this world, resurrecting, overlooking endless time and worlds, seeing through the past, present, and future. A great desolate and bleak feeling swept over from the distance. Meanwhile, inside of this drop of emperor blood, shouts of war shook the heavens, as if a great battle was being carried out, endless experts tearing at each other. The witch's beautiful eyes had long been widened as well. Everything she saw today was extremely strange, even more shocking than when they first discovered this drop of blood before. Why was it related to this place? Both of them were shocked, because this drop of blood released sounds of war. It was too shocking, as if the immortal ancient great era battle had reappeared, and also as if this was the start of what was to come. The two of them were a bit stupefied. They seemed to have seen a mottled and dismal painting from that drop of blood. Entering the Emperor City like this with the drop of blood isn't too good. If others discover it, there'll likely be some unforeseen events that'll happen, right? The witch said. This drop of blood was extremely strange. The irregular scenes too shocking. If they brought it in like this, it would definitely draw the suspicions of others. Xianxia tried to calm down, doing his best to adjust his mental state. Then, this drop of blood unexpectedly slowly went in hibernation, the irregular scenes fading. Luckily, it could be controlled. Regardless, they knew that this drop of blood had a mysterious connection with that city. Perhaps it might only be related to the desolate border. The witch analyzed a step further. Xianxia nodded. This was entirely possible. Those shouts of war, the scenes of unmatched experts confronting each other, they could all be reflected from this drop of blood. Where else would these things come from? Naturally, the desolate border. Soon after, they arrived in the depths of the great earth, seeing a city. What I am looking at is a city? Xianxia felt dizzy, somewhat lost in thought. What exactly did he see? The limits of the horizon were dusky and overcast. Were those buildings? It was just too enormous, massive to the point where one couldn't be sure if it was real or just an illusion. That dusky and overcast expanse connected heaven and earth, occupying every bit of space here. It reached into outer space, existing throughout time. This city was just too large. Only by using the heavenly eyes, understanding the origin, could one see through it and understand it. That was an enormous city that was incomparably vast, as tall as the heavens, reaching into the heavenly dome. If one only used ordinary eyes, they would only see a dusky and overcast wall that connected heaven and earth, vast without end. Coming here truly made one feel insignificant, because it was just too vast. In the city's surroundings, great stars swirled about one after another around it. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li this city was. This kind of place rested here just like that, towering for endless years without falling. The city stretched on for as far as the eyes could see, as if they arrived at a time before the heavens were opened, feeling that type of grandness and magnificence. Is this still a city? The witch also couldn't help but say quietly. This was just too ridiculous. A city whose end couldn't be seen. Just how enormous was this? Even the stars circled about it. It truly made one wonder just how it was constructed back then. If you look carefully, you'll see that the city's bricks seem to be like, Xianxia was stupefied. Stars, meteorite. The witch naturally also saw this. She couldn't help but feel shock. This enormous city wasn't made from a normal type of brick, but rather refined from great stars and then layered on top of each other, forming this type of majestic emperor city. This was something of a gargantuan scale. How could ordinary people do such a thing? They wouldn't even dare think about it. The two of them stared blankly. Was this the emperor city in the forbidden region depths? Protected one side, stopped a world? One could see that this city stood guard here, not collapsing after endless years. It suppressed the entire region ahead, stretching across the limits of the horizon, as if cutting off the road ahead. Desolate border was what rested on the other end of the city, that terrifying world. Only with this city's protection would the peace of the 3,000 provinces be ensured. Xianxia and the witches' hearts were rising and falling greatly. From the past until now, did all of the battles start from here? If they wanted to enter the 3,000 provinces, did they have to break through this city? No wonder there was this archaic contract of alliance. In that instant, he was able to guess at many things. Archaic contract of alliance, those people were designated to protect this place, required to participate in the battle. What kind of people will they be fighting then? The witch asked. However, when Xianxia woke up from his daze, he then frowned, thinking of some other things. This isn't that city, he shouted inwardly. It was because he had previously chased after the ominous and inauspicious, getting onto that terrifying black ancient boat in the void that was dyed with blood. There was an altar there that had previously displayed scenes of the desolate border. It isn't the ancient city the 7 kings defended, Xianxia said quietly. He didn't know why, but this wasn't that city. This was different from what he had imagined. Some of the 7 great kings had already fallen while guarding the desolate border. He didn't know how many of them were left. This was definitely not the city he saw on the blood-dyed black ancient boat. That city was far from being as imposing and large, inside only a group of sinners' blood individuals. They fought fiercely, protecting the city with their lives, not allowing those creatures to cross. Xianxia sighed. It seemed like this so-called desolate border was even more mysterious than he had imagined. There were too many stories hidden. What he saw right now still wasn't the very forefront of the battlefield. Perhaps everyone already forgot about that place, right? Xianxia said softly. He released a sigh because from what he knew, there were secrets best avoided. What are you saying? The witch asked. She was extremely sharp, able to guess at many things from just a bit of information. It's nothing. I was wondering how cruel the battle in the future will be. Look, this city is made from pieces of stars, incredibly sturdy with unmatched formations. One can imagine just how terrifying the enemies are. Otherwise, why would one need this type of city? The two of them got closer, finally about to reach their destination. However, the closer one got to the city, the more insignificant they felt. They were like ants gazing into the heavens, not on the same order of magnitude at all. Moreover, as they got closer, they sensed a great pressure that was difficult to resist, as if a group of great emperors were standing on the city wall, overlooking the world. This city is too large, the pressure extremely great, difficult to endure. The witch shook her head. Even someone as strong as her couldn't really take it, having no choice but to take out the stone bead. In fact, after Xianxia moved forward a set distance, he couldn't get any closer again either. This place had mysterious formations arranged even outside the city, releasing a great pressure in this world. No one could easily approach. Then they saw a stone monument. Only those who had agreed to and signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. Everyone else who tried to forcefully enter would definitely have their body and soul wiped out. This city was boundless and imposing. Not many things able to compare to it. Were there no creatures in that city? They watched quietly, looking into the distance with their heavenly eyes. That city was too quiet, not a trace of activity, no life fluctuations detectable. This was like a city of death. Celestial Clan's old Celestial entered this place already. What was he doing inside now? This place was incredibly mysterious, impossible to see through. Hey, is there someone here? We already arrived. The witch shouted in a lovable manner, her voice charming. How sneered, saying, "This type of voice seems about right if you are trying to entice me. We can privately interact with each other later if you want. You think it'll be useful against the people inside the city at all? If I didn't guess wrong, there is a group of old men inside, for example the last one of the archaic 6 great celestials, or the war clan's old war emperor, haha." How couldn't help but laugh, mocking the witch. "You want to die?" The witch rolled her eyes at him, her expressions truly endless. The city was silent, still without sound. Perhaps it was because it was just too large. Even if they used lion roars, true howls, they still might not be able to transmit any sound in. Only, how still had a feeling that this place was too quiet, too lifeless. It was truly unknown what those individuals who had to comply with the contract of alliance did after they entered. When he thought about these things, how couldn't help but think about Xianxia. That young lady was extremely mysterious. If she could enter the city, by what qualifications did she have to do so? Was it the immortal Tao divine projection? That white-clothed woman was a great mystery. How knew that she was definitely someone who carried great stories. Someone his age who could move freely through the forbidden region. "We made it here, yet no one received us and we can't enter the city. What is going on?" The witch was discontent. "Let's walk around the city and see what exactly is going on," How said. Soon after, they made a new discovery. There were a few enormous monuments along the road outside the city, a few things recorded on them. If they didn't agree and sign the contract of alliance, there was no way of entering this city. But they could head to another place. Not far from this place rested a few small towns. After the two of them decided where to go, they quickly rushed along. This was a place with some small towns, rumored to have developed from street markets. It was because the surroundings of the Emperor City had previously experienced bustling times, the posterity of those exceptional experts previously living here, which was why there were open markets and small towns. Soon after, the two of them reached their destination, looking at it from the distance. The population wasn't that small, large amounts of open markets here. Small towns were linked up one after another. This place was bustling with noise and excitement, quite a lively place. "We finally encountered some creatures. Otherwise, it is just too primitive and uncivilized." The witch released a sigh. "They already arrived." How sensed 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal, and Ning Chuan's auras. There were also a few others, all of them gathering before the largest city. There were a few young cultivators, each of them seated on a boulder, eyes closed in recuperation. Hateful, Yuchan actually got here before me. How could she cross the trial? I assumed she would definitely die along the way. The witch grinded her teeth, not feeling any kind intentions for her adversary. There were already a few people there, but compared to the 100,000 people here, it was too sparse. How released a sigh. Most of that large group should have died, only a few able to hurry here, surviving. Luck definitely a major factor for this. 2 more people came, don't seem too ordinary. However, compared to our 9 heavens above's people, I fear they are a bit lacking. Right at this time, someone spoke while looking at How and the witch. This was a male whose long blonde hair hung down to the waist, even the pupil's golden aura oppressive. He stood in another region. Aside from him, there were a few others who didn't seem to belong to the 3,000 provinces, standing separate from exiled Immortal and Yuchan. The girl that just came isn't too bad looking. Rarely seen even in the 9 heavens above. worthy of being called an unmatched beauty. Someone evaluated the witch's appearance. The witch carried a faint smile, walking forward. At the same time, the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces also looked over. When Yuchan saw the witch walk together with Hao, she revealed a look of shock, staring at them. "There are familiar and unfamiliar faces," Hao said as he looked at those people in front of the ancient city. For some reason, none of these people entered the city, all of them sitting on the large bluestone, each occupying an area, forming a few groups. "Ha ha!" He laughed towards that golden male, and then he looked at Ning Chuan and the others, sweeping his eyes over their faces one by one, surprisingly able to keep their composure. That golden male said, not feeling any misgivings. It was as if two golden flames were jumping in his pupils, quite intimidating. From his words, it was obvious that he came from the 9 heavens in the 9 heavens 10 earths, only it was unknown which of the heavens. He was clearly exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly, looking down on everyone, not attaching much importance to the people here. Hao had never met him before. This wasn't someone who had appeared before with Lin Tian. There were a few people behind that blonde male, some truly deep and immeasurable. Even Hao narrowed his eyes, carefully staring at them. Hao didn't pay him any attention. As long as they didn't truly walk forward and provoke him, he would treat them indifferently. If they touched his bottom line, then he would definitely take action and suppress them. This was a type of confidence. Once one cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, regardless of whether it was him, 10 Crown King, or the 9 heavens 10 earths other geniuses, they all had this type of boldness. "Fairy is invited to this side." That blonde male spoke, nodding and giving his greetings to the witch. He revealed a brilliant smile, inviting her over. "Immeasurable heaven of the 9 heavens cultivation pure land is most suited for cultivation. I sincerely invite Fairy over to have a chat. The heavenly deity institution should be established in those places." Another person said with a smile. They were offering undisguised praise towards the witch's appearance. They also saw that she cultivated immortal energy, her aptitudes extraordinary, so they seriously invited her. This really was the case. The witch was tall and slender, skin white like fine jade. Her hair was a glowing dark black, hanging down to her waist, incredibly beautiful no matter where she went. All of these traits made her someone who drew attention even if she didn't want to. The witch was slender and elegant, black gemstone, large eyes moving about, revealing intelligent light. She revealed a faint smile, saying, "I look forward to seeing the various Tao Earths in the 9 heavens. Should the opportunity present itself, I will naturally visit them one by one. Many thanks to you all." She didn't reject them. Interacting and associating with others was her strong suit. A single smile produced endless charm, bringing brilliance to this ancient land. Hao gave her a look, and then said, "Why are the interactions between different people so different? Say, I am an expert too, so why is no one inviting me?" "A problem of moral quality." The witch shot him a look while smiling, directly giving this type of verdict. Someone laughed coldly, saying, "I heard you were quite strong, injuring Lin Tian, even saying before that you were going to suppress enemies of all sides, sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths. How can we hostility invite you over?" Hao was shocked, saying, "Even though I defeated Lin Tian, I never spoke like this before, right? You haven't? Didn't you say that the men had to be suppressed while the fairies were going to be captured to warm the bed? Lan Ling younger sis has spoken about this, you know? There's no way it's wrong." A young lady next to the blonde male pursed her lips and said, Hao knew where the problem laid. His jokes with the blue-pupiled and ice-cold young lady reached these individuals' ears, stirring up great waves. This is the pervert who said he wouldn't marry people who aren't descendants of true immortals. No, not receiving them. Another young lady glared at him. The witch immediately laughed. She gave Hao a look, her beautiful eyes moving about, clearly teasing him, her look carrying a bit of ridicule. "Those were just words to lighten the mood. Don't mind them too much," Hao explained. "There are some people who you cannot joke with. Because you do not have the qualifications to. The blonde male was not polite at all, speaking coldly. Shuhao's face fell. Since the other party didn't show any kindness, he wouldn't try to warm his way over, saying indifferently, comparatively speaking, you don't have the qualifications to talk to me either. Just go off to the side and act cold by yourself. The group of people were shocked, not expecting him to not be polite at all, not caring about the blonde male's status at all, let alone fearing his terrifying power. Are you truly that fickle and impatient, wishing to fight against me after just coming here? The blonde male said coldly, his eyes flickering, pressing forward. Who even are you? So weird. If you want to fight, then just come. If not, get lost. Shuhao spoke, his words just too direct, not giving the other party any face. Everyone was shocked. This person really had quite the temper. This was just too decisive. He didn't bother trying to explain anything, just directly sending out the challenge. About to fight here. There were quite a few people who belonged to the 3000 Dao Pravines, for example Ning Chuan, 3-Stone Heavenly Monarch, Gu Jianyun, and others. They all revealed looks of surprise. This didn't seem to match the how they understood that well. You dare talk like that to me, standing against my immeasurable heavens hero? The blonde male's voice fell, jumping down from that great blue stone, looking down on Shuhao from midair. His aura was boundless, divine force pressing. What do you count as? Can you represent immeasurable heaven? Represent everyone behind you? Shuhao asked indifferently. He looked towards those people, especially those females. Hong. Golden light surged. This male erupted with sky-surging blood energy that pervaded outwards, intimidating many people here. This was an open market with many creatures. Right now, quite a few of them turned around to look over in this direction. Shuhao raised his head, speaking extremely coldly. I only have one objective, and that is to enter the heavenly deity institution and increase my cultivation. I don't want to waste words on someone like you. If I don't suppress one or two today, it seems like a few more people will stick their heads out after I join the academy. If you want to be the first, then I'll help you accomplish your goal. He was extremely frank, not really holding anything back. As a result, a few people understood his intentions. There were some in the other party who already bore a set amount of hostility against him, so even if Shuhao humbled his stance, it wouldn't really do anything. Instead of letting people look down on him, it was better off just using forceful methods to the end. Not only did the people on the other side reveal strange looks, even the cultivators of the 3000 provinces' eyes shone with divine light as they looked at the battlefield. No one dared to look down on Huang. When they saw him display might, all of their emotions became complex. Accept a palm from me. That blonde male was about to take action. Unbridled. How can a dispute be tolerated before the ancient city? An aged voice sounded from within the city, shocking everyone. Even though it wasn't an emperor city, this city's size was also comparative. Under normal situations, it was still quite grand. There were naturally experts in this city, those that were native to this place. They could also be said to be the descendants of the emperor city's unmatched experts. That blonde male had long formed an imprint. When he heard this, his expression changed again and again, in the end forced to change the direction of his fist, striking the skies. Golden light surged, blasting open the void. Everyone's expressions changed. This person was too strong. Just from this casual strike, one could see his terrifying cultivation, making one feel great admiration. Shuhao didn't say anything, only reaching out a hand casually towards the sky. The void immediately closed, the chaotic streams disappearing, restoring peace to this place. The others were shocked, quite a few of them sucking in a cold breath of air. This type of method was even more difficult than destruction. It was clear that Huang's strength was not ordinary. Why is there a need for conflict? The purpose this time is not to fight and kill. Dao friends from the 3000 Dao provinces and immeasurable heaven, please quell your anger. An elder walked out of the city gates, advising in this way. Everyone was shocked. This was a sect master level figure. No one dared to act carelessly before him. This old one has received orders to see how many have arrived. I must ask everyone to interact with each other peacefully. A white-bearded elder in purple robes said. When they heard him speak like this, there was naturally no objection. Who was willing to offend this type of figure? After all, they still had to enter the heavenly deity institution, so none of them wanted to fail now. Only now did Sure How restrain that wave of killing intent. Just now, he definitely didn't try to cover it up. After calming down a bit, on the other side, a young lady from immeasurable heaven smiled, gesturing towards the witch and saying, "Younger sis, you truly are stunning, too beautiful. You came from Sky-Severing sect, right? I really must ask you to come have a chat. A long time ago, your sect and my immeasurable heaven had a great relationship. Aside from this, there were a few youngsters who revealed gentle smiles, saying, 'Fairy, please, this way.' This was clearly different treatment, pulling the witch over and having Sure How stand there alone. The two originally came together. Is that so? My sect is related to immeasurable heaven? I actually never heard about this. Have to consult you all for the details," the witch said while smiling. "Younger sister, come over and chat with us." The people on the other side continued to invite her. Meanwhile, at this time, the exiled immortal opened his eyes. They shone brilliantly, the heavenly eyes symbols profound and complex, as if they could see through all. He said to the witch, "You've obtained part of that inheritance, so in the end, you can be considered my junior sister, should just come over here." When these words were spoken, everyone became shocked. This was especially the case with the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces. They were even more shocked. This was exiled immortal, his origins completely unknown, extremely mysterious. This individual appeared to be aloof and otherworldly, but when he took action, he could massacre hundreds of thousands of talented and terrifying geniuses. When he spoke these words, mentioning the inheritance of the sect, it really was shocking. There were no fools among the individuals present. Everyone knew that what he was talking about was definitely not Sky-Severing sect's inheritance. The witch had another inheritance, but no one had ever seen her use it before. This left others' minds shaken, especially Yuchan. When she glanced over, divine light flashed through her eyes, her pure and holy face revealing a hint of worry. Yuchan gave Sure How a look, and then she looked at exiled immortal. Her face became calm again, moreover gradually revealing a faint smile, the corners of her lips curling upwards. She didn't say anything, instead looking like she was watching a play. The witch gave exiled immortal a look, and then looked at immeasurable heaven's people. With a quiet voice, she said, "Turns out that person was you." Then, she leisurely walked over, her graceful figure incredibly wonderful as she walked over, standing by exiled immortal's side. "Hey, witch, don't tell me this is that man you were talking about in the lower realm?" Sure How transmitted sound. "Like that has anything to do with you?" The witch rolled her eyes at him. When he was in the lower realm, Sure How had previously teased to have the witch follow him, but was instead looked down upon. She had previously said while laughing that her heart already belonged to someone, that a man with matchless divine might was waiting for her. In that instant, Sure How ended up standing alone, giving off a rather lonely feeling. He looked backwards because not only were there people by the city gate, there were a few geniuses in the distance as well. Sure enough, he saw someone he knew, heavenly evil Guqian. He immediately laughed, saying, "Yo, brother who walked in dragon poop, have you been?" Guqian cursed his bad luck. He had been trying to hide from Sure How this entire time, yet he was still discovered in the end. He immediately looked like he was in a bad mood, incredibly angry. It was because that person had previously personally saw him be buried under dragon poop. "Ha-ha!" On the other side, Chong Gongyen laughed loudly, walking over with large steps from the distance. When he got closer, he patted Sure How's shoulder. Dragon Girl also appeared, already arriving. Sure enough, some top-level figures arrived here, not a single one of them weak. "There's still me." The little fatty Chao Yuxing waved his hand, jolting his buttocks over, his delicate and pretty round face full of smiles. "It seems like we have quite a number who came already." Perhaps those who can enter the heavenly deity institution should now be fixed. Right at this moment, a great Tao divine voice sounded, a middle-aged supreme being appearing. A blurry figure appeared in midair, precisely one of the three middle-aged men Hao had previously met. He was still wrapped in chaotic energy, appearing extremely indistinct. He personally came here, about to lock in the candidates entering the heavenly deity institution. Senior, if I may ask, aren't we selecting cultivators from our 3,000 provinces this time? Why are there people from immeasurable heaven here, as well as even people from other ancient lands? Someone asked. It was because if these people participated, they would take a few quotas from the 3,000 Tao provinces. Anyone could see with their own eyes that just now, that blonde male and the others weren't weak, every single one of them extremely frightening. These people, because of a few reasons, missed the selection competition in their own ancient lands, some cultivating in seclusion, some in historical remains not able to make it. However, these people are all indeed unordinary, so that is why they are given an opportunity, transported here. The middle-aged man explained. When he spoke like this, the faces of the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces fell, feeling even more nervous. This group of people were even stronger than they had thought. Even the middle-aged supreme being cherished their talents, not stinting to give them a chance. All of you don't worry. Even though the 3,000 Tao provinces are weaker, we won't go so far as to lower the number of slots. Everyone who meets the conditions can pass. There will be no restrictions in the number of places. This sentence was added, making a few people feel a bit more at ease. I must ask Senior, is the decision going to be made now? Someone asked, feeling nervous, fearing that he would miss this opportunity and be eliminated. Not yet, since we came here, there is naturally a need to understand the archaic contract of alliance. For the sake of deepening your understanding, all of you have to participate inside of it. That middle-aged supreme being said. What? Everyone rose into an uproar. This was not some good place, only the most powerful able to enter the Emperor City and participate in the great battle protect this place. What qualifications did they have? How were they going to carry out this task? They might have great reputations, known as geniuses in their respective ancient lands, but when they truly enter the Emperor City, they might be worth less than even cannon fodder, the difference in cultivation realms too great. Before growing up, they didn't even have the qualifications to fight. We naturally do not wish to send you all to your deaths. Recently, the desolate border has become unstable, a few small fry starting to appear, even crossing over. These are who you all need to kill. The middle-aged man spoke, revealing a serious expression, as well as helplessness, and even more so a concealed dejectedness. Crossing over. The creatures from the other side are coming? Everyone couldn't help but cry out, unable to calm down. Only the lower cultivation level creatures are trying to cross over. The middle-aged man said, the higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it is to cross realms. Only after expending great strength did a few lower cultivation level individuals cross over and carry out destruction. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely difficult, the price too great. According to what the middle-aged supreme being said, currently only a few people had a chance of crossing over. As long as they were kept in check, all of their efforts would be going down the drain, taking on a loss for nothing. Towards this, Hao inwardly agreed, because both him and the witch had already experienced this. That person personally admitted that he might be the first young supreme being who descended into the 3,000 provinces. And what I wish for you all to do is to kill those who were infected. The desolate border has a mysterious aura that made a few people forever fall into darkness, completely turning to the other side. They are hiding among us, hiding in the different ancient cities. Only the most powerful divine senses can detect them. The middle-aged man mentioned this matter. This was an extremely important test, a test of whether or not their divine senses were sharp enough, at the same time eliminating this unsettling element. When he heard these words, Hao released a sigh. Seems like it wasn't that the great figures didn't have any preparations. They had long been aware of this situation. There are a few others who, due to unexpected events, have been delayed. I will give them a chance. The middle-aged man said quietly. Oh! Suddenly, a bugle horn sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. It was as if an unmatched demonic beast was roaring, the 9 heavens 10 earths seemingly resonating in response. However, that emperor city still remained unmoved, deathly still without a bit of reaction. This made others even more suspicious if it was just an empty city. Otherwise, even though they already got this far, why was it still this quiet without any activity? There was no sign of its greatness in defending the desolate border, protecting the 3,000 provinces. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed. Not even someone as powerful as him able to remain calm, saying to himself, "Is that day finally going to arrive again? Is Immortal Ancient's tragedy going to replay itself?" The expressions of the other young geniuses were even more ugly. Only by really standing in front of the Emperor City could one further understand and experience the pressure. There was a type of stifling feeling. Only a bugle sound, no shouts of war. So we shouldn't have reached the most dangerous step yet. Someone said softly, "Once war cries can be heard, it'll already be too late. Those creatures are likely truly going to cross over," the middle-aged man said with a sigh. He looked towards the heavenly dome, feeling a wave of disappointment and frustration. It was because he knew that day wasn't too far off, the cruelest events finally about to play out. However, on their side, were the 9 heavens 10 earths creatures' preparations complete yet? Are the creatures on that side that strong? Why are we always on the losing side? Can we not stop them? One of the geniuses felt unconvinced and unsatisfied, tightly clenching his fists. The middle-aged man sank into a moment of silence. The chaotic energy around his body moved slowly. As if he remembered something, he said, "If the day comes when the Emperor's city is broken through, I hope you all can heroically participate in the battle, or withdraw to defend other lands. You absolutely must not lead the wolves into the house like those condemned by all of history, turning around to attack our own side. There are those who helped creatures on the other side cross over? Too disgraceful, we wouldn't do such a thing. Were there really people like that?" The group of youngsters were extremely excited. The middle-aged man said, "When the final days of an age descend, what most people think about is only how to continue living. It won't be unusual for any of these things to happen. I am just warning you all beforehand to guard your hearts and not become a sinner." Everyone became silent. This type of situation really was likely to happen. If they fought against the enemy, even if everyone died, it would still be heroic. However, if they died under their own side's hands, then just how sorrowful would that be? After so much time had passed, I reckon their preparations should be pretty much complete. They really are going to come. The elder who had previously advised against Xianxia and the blonde male's battle spoke. "It's been silent for too long. I just fear that once it erupts, the sky and earth will be turned upside down. Perhaps they are secretly plotting, not attacking through normal methods," the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Xianxia thought back to that eyeball. It had previously said that the desolate borders people might be using the second plan. This affected too much, he felt like he had to tell this to the middle-aged man. Xianxia didn't hesitate, secretly transmitting sound, not holding back the information about the eyeball that had laid dormant for 10,000 years, as well as talking about the events of destroying an altar that connected the two realms. Sure enough, the middle-aged man was shaken up, remaining silent for a long time in his thoughts. Then, he didn't make any movement, secretly telling Xianxia how to keep these things secret, not spreading them out to avoid panic. "All right, you all should head out on your own." The middle-aged man spoke like this, meaning that the requirements weren't that strict, rather lax, having them settle the various problems on their own. "Acting together is fine, but one group cannot exceed 5 people," he added. Everyone began to think to themselves. What did this mean? Was this also a type of test? Were they trying to test their coordination with others, or were they testing if any of them had the strength to fight 1 versus 5? It was worth keeping in mind that everyone here was extremely powerful, with some who cultivated more than a single strand of immortal energy. Fighting 1 versus 5 would be incredibly difficult, but it would leave behind a legend. With a AO loud sound, The little fatty Chao Yuxing rushed over, standing together with Shi Hao. Those who understood the situation were all envious. Huang's reputation definitely provided some extent of guarantee. Soon after, Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl also joined. Shi Hao gave the witch a look, but she waved her hand and revealed a faint smile, indicating that she was going to stay together with exiled Immortal. Hello? You're gonna run just like that? Did you forget how we faced life and death together on the way here? The joys and sorrows we shared? Shi Hao said noisily without any shame. Can you not act so sickening? The witch turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Exiled Immortal remained calm, the sleeves of his clothes perfect and pure. Both him and the witch disappeared into the distance. Sigh! The little fatty Chao Yuxing released a sigh, and then he clicked his tongue, ridiculing Shi Hao. What do you understand? Shi Hao shot him a look. Of course I understand. That girl isn't simple. Chao Yuxing said. Heh! Dog poop brother? Are you going to come over? Shi Hao enthusiastically called out. As a result, heavenly evil Guqian was so angry that he directly ran. He originally still wanted to find companions, but he really didn't want to deal with Shi Hao, who always unveiled that secret. Chan, you want to come with us? Shi Hao looked towards Yuchan. The expressions of the surrounding people were strange. This fella truly dared to provoke anyone, even teasing heaven-mending sex holy lady. Could it be that the rumors really were true? Yuchan's clothes were white like snow, hair pitch black, entire being full of spiritual essence. Her expression was calm, eyes like limpid autumn waters. Only, she didn't even give Shi Hao a look, not paying him any attention. Hello? Chaner? Where is my family's Qingyi? You didn't attack her, right? Shi Hao was completely shameless, continuing to call out to her. Yuchan ignored him. She was pure and perfect, skin radiating sparkling white luster, hair fluttering about. She already turned around to leave. Where's our family's kid? Where did the child end up being born? This earth-shattering sentence made Yuchan's figure stagger, tightly clenching her fists, not able to maintain her pure and holy appearance anymore. Her complexion was a bit flushed, truly angered badly. Fortunately, she discovered that the rascal was transmitting sound, not publicly teasing her this time. Of course, her state, in everyone's eyes, made her not much better off, still the same as falling down to the mortal world by that scoundrel, lacking her ordinary calmness and otherworldliness. Just as everyone was about to scatter, the two other great supreme beings arrived. They also transmitted sound for everyone to hear. They told everyone that a white Qilin child appeared near an ancient city. If anyone could bring that back, the heavenly deity institution would give everything it had to foster that individual. Of course, everyone knew that the white Qilin would also receive meticulous fostering. This time, no one could sit still, all of them wishing to head there and look around. In reality, they had heard rumors when they were arriving as well, but they all hurriedly passed by, not having the patience to search. Now, they were really going to try their hands at it. When everyone scattered, the three great experts began to discuss among themselves. Not even we could see that Qilin child. It has an immortal treasure on it. Wu, what do you all say? Will that young beast truly be able to wait until that young lady from the past appears again? This is simply trying to validate reincarnation. I suspect that the reason why this white Qilin was able to live might be precisely because of the reincarnation immortal king back then, all for the sake of verifying his own insights.